Hello, chatto! It's Thursday, and coming up today on Outcasts to Icons, your boy overcomes teeth. Who knew they were the silent killer that you didn't know that you needed? Chomping down on some transfers today. I've robbed Fulham for £75 million. We've ended up with an £85 million transfer budget, and I intend to spend a lot of it today because I've decided, randomly, on a whim, it's the final season. All that and more coming up today on Outcasts to fucking Icons. Ow. Kind of hurt. Ah. Oh, the revenge of Janos Tooth. What a guy. You know, thank you for the 21 months. Ah. It's the final guy. Indeed. And Harv with the 59 as well. We'll just let that play out. This is going to be a moment, I suspect. And Bolskov as well. Thank you very much for the 9. I can shut up for a minute. This is perfect. Is it going to...
59 months watching this pathetic, and I mean pathetic, little man play with his little computer men. Shameful. Abusive. I've got some wisdom for you. Don't use used socks to clean up yourself because then you'll go blind. That is a medical fact. Seriously, and with all my love, I hope you are in significant pain. I had 4 wisdom teeth taken out and it hurt more than a dry lasagna sheet up the doom hole. Keep up the work, that means we didn't miss you Sunday or Tuesday. Love to the teeth. Pasta.
Oh, that was so much better because I couldn't see what was coming.
Thankful for Twitch reminders, without which I might have missed this stream. My requirement for habit is ridiculous. Morning Matto and Chatto.
Oh, Christ on a bike. Because there were so many resubs, it scrolled off my screen before I had a chance to read it, so I genuinely was hearing it at the same time that you lot were. Fuck's sake. Well, that was good. You got me good there, but I appreciate it, I think. Prince as well. Thank you for the 38 months.
It's
oh my God,
been
so many
84
of them.
years. How are your teeth,
Bloody
Matt?
10.
I'm guessing they weren't wisdom teeth.
No, I only have, I had my wisdom teeth removed right when I started making FM content. Maybe it's the end. Tome, thank you very much for the 10.
Coney Island Baby
Husband
is
54.
often included in the repertoire of the Barbershop Quartet. The original lyrics are not related to Coney Island directly, but are about a man abandoning his lover, whom he apparently met at Coney Island, to avoid marriage, the drudgery of which is lamented in the middle section, often known separately as We All Fall. An alternative reading can be made by reference to the line "I'm gonna sail upon that ferry boat," which suggests that the song is sung by a man about to date.
Chat, if you could just keep up these essay length resub messages for the rest of the stream, I won't have to speak, and perfection, it'll be perfect. I can't be in pain. If I don't speak, I'm fine. Parsbro as well with the 22. Back to sitting quietly.
Is this a stream nano message? Anyway, it's good to see the Ely Tooth Fairy has released you from her tight hostage grip. It's good to have you back. Up the Sochaux. Up the Sestri Levante. Up in Wosu. Up Benny Cage for the sub and up the Union. Down with boards. Eat the RBs. Bon appetit pass to enjoyers. Aos de obstch.
Do you know what? Best pronunciation I've heard all day, if I'm honest. Just crazy times. Only in Spain. Speaking of, we saw that in the last stream, didn't we? The new stadium thing. Just the £40 million. Ah, good God. So yeah, to be fair, the painkillers I took about half an hour ago have finally started kicking in, so that's kind of convenient. I think I woke up at 4 a.m. today, and I was in significant pain. I was like, oh no, because it's been actually, for about the last 36 hours, yesterday, I mean, we're talking like 1 out of 10. I was like, good, we're Gucci, everything's cracking. I think I took 1 ibuprofen yesterday, and that was it. Obviously, my antibiotics. And then this morning, I was like, oh God, it's time for coding. But luckily, woke up this morning, it wasn't too bad. So I'm just on an ibuprofen, and we should be good for the stream, and we'll see how it goes, basically. The only difference is, obviously, speaking for 4 hours is very different to sitting there quietly watching Sabrina the Teenage Witch, which is what I was doing. So it's not quite entirely the same there. The teeth, I know, bastard. Basically, I'll foretell you. Mr. Mighty, I know. How dare I have teeth? If I was just like a tortoise, none of this would have happened. I'm just saying, it's coincidence? I think not. It's really common to oh, you know. Where's all that YouTube content? You've been asking for a while. Basically, you would have heard this mentioned like briefly on stream last week. I said, oh, I got a little bit of tooth pain or whatever. It was like minor sort of, oh, you know, it is what it is. And then all of a sudden, Friday night, oh, the worst. pain, not unimaginable, but like pretty fucking horrendous. Hayden, thank you for the 3 months as well.
Dear Matto, I am incensed you made me have a normal sleep pattern
Horrible
like
times.
a normal human. I believe I am entitled to financial compensation. You'll be hearing from my lawyers, you canal pervert.
Canal pervert! Was it a root canal by any chance? Topical. And then, thank you though. I was up at like 4 a.m. on Saturday morning, and I was embarrassingly painful. Painkillers were doing nothing. Obviously, I didn't have anything super strong because why would I, right? Rocket down as well. Thank you for the 20
One
months,
whole
the 12
year
months. Get ahead
since I gave into peer pressure and subscribed to this okayish streamer, and true to form, it's been okay.
Half's just mad he didn't think of it. The significant pain line might be one of my favourites for several months, frankly. That got me perfectly because I couldn't read it while it was being read out. That was the crucial thing. Root canal pervert was right there. It's a missed opportunity, but I'm glad you missed it. I will do the Harry Bishop in a second as well. And then, literally, it was like, I was like, shit, I'm going to have to actually wake Pog up here because the only way I could like distract myself from the pain was pacing around the living room. So I did 7,000 steps around my living room basically by like 9 a.m. on Saturday morning, which was fun. 111'd it, ended up getting an emergency dental appointment in Cambridge. Basically, I had a filling like about 15 years ago, and what's happened is that a cavity has emerged underneath the filling, which is a really annoying place for it somehow, and that basically got infected, and it was very, very painful and still is.
39 months, and for 38 of these months,
39.
I have asked myself the same question. Why?
Why indeed. Wills, thank you for the 25 as well. Good God. Man's got a sinkhole. Yeah, literally.
Glad to hear you're better, Matto. Toothache is awful.
That's the neat part. I'm not. I actually went into the dentist hoping that they were just going to yank the fucker out straight away. But obviously he basically said, we can't really do that with an active infection, basically. So they gave me some painkillers. Sorry, they gave me some prescription, what's the one I'm looking for? Antibiotics, basically, to try and kill the infection. The thing is, though, chap, I can't afford to get the tooth taken out. The wonders of modern life. Yes, so basically the issue is my dentist retired, and then Pog and I moved house. So when my dentist retired, my dentist conveniently conveniently erased me from their register or whatever. So that was fun. So then they went, oh, no, we couldn't possibly take any NHS patients. Moved here, and then every dentist in town went, yeah. They basically just went, no, we don't take an NHS patient. So I went to this private one in Cambridge, and, well, you know how much it can be. It's one of those things. So basically, my hope is that the infection goes away, and that I'm then able to bide my time and just try to keep it from getting infected again until such time as I can get it in at an NHS dentist and get it done through that. That's basically my plan. Or Harv can just come around and punch me in the head. These are the two choices, and I'm honestly not sure which one's preferable at this point. But, yeah, that's basically what happened. And now, a Harry Bishop Ultra. I was going to say, who's the coward here? My friend, it ain't me. Harold, go.
You did.
I am through Harold and I'm in the house where the coffee's green and the food is grouse. With sandwiches and lasagna too.
Ice cream sundaes for me and you.
I am through Harold and I'm in the house where the coffee's green and the food is grouse. With sandwiches and lasagna too.
Ice cream sundaes for me and you.
I try not to lose my temper with myself.
Oh, goodness sake, and shit and balls.
The minute you get uptight, you're dead.
Unironically, MUFC fan, I did the exact same thing, and there I was at 4 in the morning doing a saltwater mouthwash. It does actually feel quite nice at the time. Didn't make any difference, but the pain, I think it's just the walking around just distracts you slightly, so it's able to sort of take it down from like an 8 to a 7, well, more like a 9 to an 8, basically. It wasn't until Pog was able to get to the pharmacy and get me some cocodamol that things actually got a little bit better. And unironically, 889, that was my other logic plan, was like, wait till 26, have like hopefully a decent month on that, and then maybe, can I Klarna teeth? That is the question. Has anyone tried to Klarna their own teeth before? Because your boy might have to end up doing that. I want 0% finance on a tooth yankery. But yeah, so that's basically what happened. And that's why I'm, yeah. But, I mean, fact is, like, I'm reasonably okay. In fact, it's actually stopped hurting quite a lot now. So now that the painkillers have kicked in, I should be all right for the next couple of hours, in theory. Klarna delivery. Can you really? Klarna Solid Gold Grill. Do you know what the other fun thing is? I actually bought a set of, like, fake gold teeth on Amazon on Tuesday, right? And then forgot to wear them for the intro. So it both shows my impulsiveness and forgetfulness in one simple situation. Juice fucking teeth. I know. It's really, honestly, it's kind of selfish of me, frankly. I should probably just fall on a curb and take the bastards out. So you might notice that our profit and loss is looking quite surprising, in that we have currently got a £90 million profit on the season. Would you like to know why? I'll show you. Oh, it's good. It's delicious. That isn't even the reason, although that doesn't half not help. And boom. Tremendous. Punch you in the face. The problem is as well, it's my the tooth right at the very back of the mouth on there too, so which is in a way is actually kind of good because it means you don't irritate it as much. I scanned Fulham. Hello, Pog. You're right. If it isn't the canal pervert herself. Pog's here today. She's actually not been here for the last couple of days. She's been working and everything. Doing all sorts of canalery.
What are canals?
Alright, rivery.
Thank you.
Reverie on the rivery? I'm just saying. Pull the right one out. The other issues, I think, basically they were saying it was going to like potentially, like it was one of those ones that requires like the surgery for it. Like they call it surgery. I assume it's just because they'd leave stuff in there and they don't want to do that. Just not agree. Exactly. Yeah. So basically, the window opened or whatever, and there was a little bit of interest from a couple of clubs, and so I basically just said to his agent, "What gives, chap?" And then he said, I have some clubs that will be interested for around 75 million. Basically, what happened is we got that news article, the one that says, you know, the clubs will be willing to pay upwards of X amount, and then I just offered him out for that exact amount. It never normally works. But then Fulham came along. Do you know who else came in with a bid for him, which I refused to sell him to? Not. I was like, where have you got that kind of money from, firstly? And secondly, they weren't offering it all up front. They were offering the same amount, but they weren't offering it up front, whereas Fulham offered the entire amount as a flat fee. I did actually post it in the Discord at the time, which is crazy. With a sturgeon. Is it a dental sturgeon by any chance? Pog knows very little about hockey, but even she thinks it's probably not going to be the year for the Leafs, unfortunately. They can't make up those Mana numbers in aggregate. Oh, dear. So, yeah, he's gone. And I'm okay with that because, hang on, is he injured? Imagine if he'd done like his cruise shoot or something. That would have been extremely funny. Point is, we got loads of money for a player. Fulham bailed us out. I know, to be fair, they owe us for costing us our previous job, in fairness. So, it's the very fucking least they can do. Private place quoting for the root canal. So basically, that was the choice. They were like, oh, you can have a root canal or we can yank it. So the root canal... Get ready for this. £1,500. And I went, do you know what? Probably not going to do that, bud. He's like, yes, but if we take the tooth out, then it's gone forever. I'm like, yeah. And if I lose 1,500 quid, it's gone forever. Like... yeah, £1,500 was for the root canal and the crown or whatever that they wanted to do, and I was like, I'm going to just leave now. And it was like 550 to yank the tooth, and I'm like, I might just like fall over repeatedly on it or something and see what happens. I know, Tooth Fairy's busy, bitch. Hello, Magnus. The weirdest thing about it as well is that usually when you say to someone like, you know, oh, I'm feeling a bit under the weather, or I've got some sort of pain, they're like, oh, fair enough, feel better soon. You tell them tooth pain, everyone's like, ooh, because they know what that shit's like. It's, yeah. So I just kind of went, oh, you finally bought it. Nice. But 19 years ago, yeah, it's a lot in it. And I was just like, the fact is, I don't need all of them, you know. Reva, thank you for the 20
quid. Jesus Christ, get me some string and a door to slam.
In it, though. In it. Thank you for the 25 months. I so nearly pressed Josh Allen mode because I was on the wrong page there. Can, thank you for the 23.
Been a while. Hope you're doing well. Red heart emoji.
I think it's one of those things where because they're an emergency dentist, they can kind of just quote you whatever price they like. You'd think it would be solid gold at that point. If someone say Josh Allen mode, I would never press Josh Allen mode. Actually quite fun. Oh, lovely. I think I needed a bit of that today, honestly. Practice my whatever the hell kind of dancing that was. I'm sweating now. Meth is cheaper. Well, we'll see, because I'm about to get some of that on the NHS at some point, aren't I?
Take
Really
a cut
am.
of my
Thank you for the 4
sub money
months.
instead of paying dental fees.
I pressed it again, chat. The very thing I said. I wish there was a way I could stop it, but I literally can't. Once it's off, it's off. Yeah, so basically, it didn't reset to the same page, and the thing I very nearly did, I ended up doing immediately afterwards. So, you know, your boy's back. Biggest fella you see. Not many big fellas like that around here, Rob, unfortunately. Did I see a follow earlier on stream? I missed it. If I did, I'm so sorry. El Patronito 7, thank you very much for the follow. It was like 13 minutes ago, but it got lost in the... Probably me laughing at half sub, frankly. So, yes, I did that, but I also did this. And I thought you guys would agree with this, frankly. £22 million for Peter Bashir to Swansea City. You know that... Hang on. Since when has he had 15 jumping reach? He definitely had much higher jumping reach than that before, I swear to God. Peter, he had at least 17 at one point, right? To the point where he was like the guy that we used to aim every corner at, and he had 17 jumping reach. That was the whole point. What? Hang on, I swear. Is Discord free? Oh, yeah, absolutely. Discord is free to join. I would never... Basically, I have a sort of hard thing about... about paywalling content, essentially. It's the reason I rarely ever do like Patreon exclusive stuff, although maybe we'll do some more of that next year, but supplementary rather than like gated, I suppose. You can't see the attribute illusion. No, you can't see it now that he's left the club, but I'd have to find like an old screenshot of him, which is something I can absolutely do. I can look at an older version of the save file. I swear he used to have much higher jumping reach than that. It's disgraceful. I know. Crazy times. Look at this guy getting it up. Pfft, useless. The hair transplant on the teeth would just cover. Yeah. Imagine. That'd be the ultimate flex. I just go for a hair transplant. They're like, why are you here? To be fair, I could go as a donator. That's not how that works, is it? Don't think you can actually donate hair follicles to other people. Or maybe you can. I'm not familiar with it. So yeah, we've got a shitload of cash. The point I'm making is we have loads of money. We have £85 million of transfer funds and £93,000 a week in wages. It's rather good. Also had a rather large bid on Dennis Unver from Brentford of £30 million. Obviously, I don't want to sell him because he's really good. But it's nice to know that they want him at least. Interesting, Kilaza. Kilaza is the one player I've not yet managed to shift. Luckily, the money that we got for Bashir has kind of... The large fee for Nagalo and the extra money that I wasn't expecting for Bashir has kind of taken the sting out of that a little bit, right? Wheelhouse of games. Oh, I like things in my wheelhouse. Mega bonk. Smash your way through endless waves of enemies and grow absurdly powerful. Is this a bit like Vampire Survivor type style? Mega bonk. I mean, you had me at Mega bonk, to be honest. Where's that money come from? Nagalo, Bashir. Gone for a combined £95 million. Thank you, Sharp. It's good to be back. Oh, dear. So, yeah, we'll obviously still try and sell Kilaza, but we're now no longer under as much pressure to do so, I suppose. Now, Swansea obviously have been promoted to the Premier League, as you can see from their interest in a certain Mr. Thomas Steinmetz. The question becomes, do we get in on this action? On like casinos? Yeah, I just kept betting it on black and see what happens, you know? Well, club for more than I should be. No, it's good. I'm glad you are. It's going to help pay for the teeth. And shout out to club actually, because they paid me very quickly for my first like affiliate payment. It was they actually approached me and went like, "This is how much we owe you. Can you please invoice us immediately?" So I did, and they were like, "Bam, money." It's almost like that's how it should work, isn't it? Hello, Game Slow. He's a Belgian Sean. Yeah, he's too expensive. I think the other thing with Steiny was I think his wage demands when I asked him about them were a little too large. Oh, they're not actually too bad. Weird that he wants the number 22 shirt. He's just so expensive, isn't he? The problem is, once they get into like the England ecosystem, it's very difficult to get them out of it because they think they're worth loads of money. And obviously, it's Steiny. 14 caps for Belgium in the end. He's the kind of guy. The problem is, that does he go? How much are they selling him for? 19 million. It's not 19 million though, is it? It's 19 rising to 25. Do you know what? Let me just try and absolutely mug them off here. Oh. I'll offer them 20 up front. 20.5 up front. No, actually, you know what? I'll offer them 23 up front. I've just received a gift. Wait, what? Hang on. I've just received a Steam gift. How do I even get into... One sec. Sorry, chat. I just had received a Steam gift, and I don't know who... I didn't see who it was from. But I think it might have been James. But other James. Is it Megabonk? Imagine if it was Megabonk. Well, chat, I now have Megabonk. Looks like I know what I'm doing after Steam. After Steam, after stream. Speaking of, actually, have you guys heard of a bit of software called Moonlight? Because it's kind of good. Ragnarok, thank you for the 21 as well. It's an overpriced Belgian. I know. But if it's the last season, it'd be rude not to, right? Megabonk and his propeller. So basically, let me just try and make an offer for that for the time being. Pog and I want to be able to do some like couch co-op type stuff, really. But we wanted to be able to do it with like Steam games and stuff. And I was like, well, how do I really go about doing that? And I was like, oh, I'd use the Steam Link thing. But apparently there's a bit of software called Sunshine and Moonlight, which is one's a receiver, one's a transmitter, essentially, that can kind of do that. And it works really fucking well, especially if you're on like a really fast internet connection. It's so goddamn good. Turns out, though, my controller is absolutely busted. I tested it on Steam's like input thingy, and the amount of stick drift on the left joystick is actually insane. So there's that. So I have now had to buy a couple of controllers off of Vinted for like really, really cheap. So we'll see if they even arrive, I guess, is the next question on that side of things. Wow, that was a load of stuff that we didn't actually care about that much. But yeah, it's actually really, really solid. If you've got a reasonable internet connection and want it to be quite a seamless experience, this is that. And as far as I can work out, it will do like 4K 60, which is impressive because this computer only has 1080p monitors. But I guess if the signal transmitted is 4K, that's okay because the TV downstairs is 4K. So we'll see what happens if those controllers ever actually arrive. Two transfers. That's another point. We could end up with like way more money than we ever need, but then that means we could actually sign someone really, really silly. Oh, we've got John T. Baldy joining us too. Totally forgot about him. It might be worth a look, just because obviously their value to us is going to be diminished this year, and we kind of just want to roll the dice on like one last go at it. The reason for that, by the way, is because with having lost a couple of streams now, if we're expecting the beta around about the 20th of October, I want to make sure that we've got enough time to finish the season properly and then still have time for like the looking forward stream. And if we have anything in to fill in between there, I either do like a one-off random one or I just take a day off, you know. But that's not a bad idea, actually. We will see. Also, you might notice I'm not generally extending the team reports because obviously there's no point because we won't be seeing the end of them anyway at this point. King Jesse Young, thank you for the...
Matter I am concerned. Karabakh are currently 2-0 in the Champions League. When are UEFA finally gonna step in and stop these Giants teams from dominating? All aboard the Karabakh Champions League
Shout
final
out to the
train.
Karabakh. That's 10p that is. That's cost them. 1.4 new FM. I mean, we could... To be fair, just in case... I'm hedging my bets in case it's shit. Maybe it's time to diversify. I'll become a Megabonk streamer from now on. 8 streams. Yeah, exactly. And I'm thinking that this season takes us 5. Plus looking forward. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, and what an enjoyable week it was. 30p a bag now. Maybe I... To be fair, Pog and I have been using the same 2 Tesco's bags and a B&M bag, which I'll be honest with you, when I walk into Tesco's carrying a B&M bag, I feel like an away fan. I feel like I should be carrying like a blue and white flare with me while I'm going through. Hello, Dan. In Newcastle. You'd love to see it. What are you doing in Newcastle? Hadrian is in your neck of the woods, mate. Using my fun in Malta. Didn't realise we impacted my manager too. Ooh. So, hang on. So, what's the mini game? I need to know. This is stuff for 21st. Yeah, because I think if it drops on... I mean, sure, I watched it. You'd love to see it. Do they know? Is it me? Is it Hadrian's secret account? Come really soon. In it just... I still feel a bit like... B&M away at Tesco's is a tough one. Yeah, it's... You do... Like, they sort of... The security guards look at you funny when you rock up. My God. I love that he's worth fuck all, because obviously he's just signed for us, but damn, he's going to be really, really good. Leeds reject bids from both of us. Okay, that's fine. I think Leeds got relegated or something, which is why. By the way, Roberto Bernal absolutely crushed it for Sochaux last season. Which makes you wonder if actually just bringing him back and having him as our extra foreign player slot wouldn't be the worst idea, given how goddamn good he is, to at least play on the left-hand side for us. Give us a bit more depth in that spot. Because he is bloody ridiculous. Matt Punter on a Hyundai Elantra. You'd love to see it. What game was that on? What's your preferred doing? It's like putting on a top and being like, why am I wearing this top? Horrible times. Collecting languages. Oh, I see. The polyglot challenge. I swear I saw that on an old FM forum at one point. iRacing, of course, yeah. I'm quite excited about the new iRacing NASCAR game. Is he actually capable of playing that? Oh, kind of is actually, isn't he? Still a lot of potential. It's not about... I mean, the thing is, right, there's only so much money we can develop, because one thing we do have on our side this year is a couple of really good loanees have come back, one of whom is Vincent Champion, and I genuinely think that he might actually be at least capable of being a rotation option for certain games this season. But not to mention, we've also got Halu Aslan, who the game now considers to be our hot prospect as well. So I think that's why I was happy to shell Bashir, basically. So we still have Velasquez and Alec Chow. We've also got Yantiani as well, who I really like. So I think we're kind of set in that role, even though he's like there. But like, look at his attributes. He is so like brilliantly rounded. Get the trolley back in the car. You just don't want to get kicked out. I respect it. Other shopping bags inside it. Oh, I see how it is. Telling Penn State this year. God, there was a Penn State joke. I don't know if any of you have watched Chad Powers, that new Hulu show. I think it's on Amazon Prime in the UK. I don't know. There was a Penn State joke in that, and I had to explain what that was talking about to Pog, which was great. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what you mean, Andrew, genuinely. Carrot Chair wins this award. Actually, does it tell you? Do you know, I think he's won it. Man has won it a couple of times. We'll leave it at a couple of times, which is good. Sick. Right. In that case, where do we even bloody start? Actually, I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll offer out those guys just in case, because you never know. Right, who's got the highest value? Binder. Oh, Dardan. That's delightful. Greek boost. Just trying to see who we could potentially. Here we go. Gareno. He is requesting to leave, which is helpful. The issue is basically no one's interested. Unless... Do you know what? Strike me down. I was wrong. There is something. Do you know what? I'd probably take that because it's money at this point for a player we paid basically nothing for. What do you reckon? The bottom... Yeah, I mean, it'll end up being 30. It'll end up being 22, because I love it when they say the range and it's always the low end. Why does it even say a range? Because we all know that it's going to be 22. But obviously, if it's 22 at 8%, we're going to lose like 2 million of that. Still 20 million pounds for a player that we're not going to play. They'll all be silly deals anyway, won't they? Wants to play against older, heavier, stronger guys. Yeah. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, that and NAL money is going to be quite tasty, I would imagine, right? Okay, we'll get him. And who's the other guy? Ayala. He'll be a little bit cheaper. I find that it's really hard to start bidding wars. We are at... How much am I paying Jonty? Christ. Okay, one sec. Jesus Lord. Let me just check. The ranges are a bit... I feel like the ranges are a good idea. They just don't work super well in practice. What am I looking for? Why have I lost where I'm looking for? Here. We're at 90% retained, which is as good as we're likely to get, because we did ask before. Right, let me just get Garenia back. Not Garenia, sorry, Ayala. We'll try and sell him as well, because he's also requested to leave. They're so good, but like we just have no purpose for them. Ask the agent first. This club's interested. Do you know what? I do like ranges after all. When there's only 500,000, 26.5 to 27. That is the most like defined range I think I've ever seen. I know it's a 10% fee, but that's still like 22.5 million pounds for him. Why would we trust this guy? Because with this guy here, we probably would end up getting. Obviously, we get the 5%, but then we get 18 because it will be 18, right? That's lovely. Oh, it's 100% that. And Kilaza is in here as well. And he's got a bit of value. Because we've still got Mbaja as a backup if need be. Albeit, obviously, he'll be off to Whatsmajiggies. Let's see. No one wants you. This agent here, Gil is cooking. I mean, it's absolutely sod all money. But also, we just don't need him, do we? He's not going to start for us. He's only going to complain. Anyone else in here? To be fair, we literally don't even need to sell anyone else. Although Milton might... Nah, he's not... Once you get down to like the 10 million mark, I find that the intermediary offers are so low that it then becomes a bit pointless to try and sell them. Now, we're obviously losing a lot of money on some of these guys as well, but we're gaining so much that it doesn't matter, I suppose. Because like Gorenio, we paid 10 million for him, but if we sell him for 27 million, while it's not the best deal, it's still 50 million profit in it. On 19s, harder to sell those guys. And they have lower value, generally speaking. Like, most of our good players are like... Oh, we've got Champ... Wow, who the is that the Georgian guy? Yeah, they're just much harder to sell because they're not established. Rezic, I think, was another one that I'm in the process of trying to get rid of. I think he turned down a move somewhere or something. But there is also the chance that we might need Rezic a bit more this year, given that we don't have Nagalo, so it's basically Katapichi by himself. That's the only downside there. If we don't want to weaken the squad too much if we can't replace them. Obviously, we can replace them, but like, unless we have a player lined up for him, I don't think I'd want to get... Like, with those Mexican guys, they weren't, like, playing for us anyway, so there's no, like... By selling them, we're not losing out on anything because they weren't going to be playing anyway. Whereas Rezic was at least a backup role for us, which means we'd have to find someone else to slot in there. Gil is killing us here. In a good way. He's killing me softly with his money. Sven can carry his final season. I want to get these kind of bids in, because then... I mean, look at the amount of guys that we don't have, which is perfect. We got Vega back as well. Wait, Yurikov? Oh my god, I forgot about Yurikov. Jesus, we have a lot of players I just keep forgetting about. Shortlisted players new. Hey, we can get Steve. Problem solved. Much money. Yeah, 73 million was more than I anticipated I was going to get for him, because I figured that once you go into that final summer, clubs know that you've got an issue. But I got a news article saying that Fulham would be willing to pay up to 73 million, so I just offered him out for that, and they actually bit on it directly for that exact fee up front. So I went, fuck this. Non offered me 74 million, but it was 50 up front. And also I didn't really want to send him to another French side, because also where the hell were they getting that money from? Left in the final season. We've actually got a good amount left, surprisingly. I'll check in a sec, but it's not as few as you think. I think it's like 30. Although actually now that we're on July 1st, it might have flipped over, in fairness. You are, Steve. You're out of contract soon, but you are still... you see there's a few... So we're down to 23, actually, and there's a couple more that will probably retire soon. Who's the oldest of the bunch? Is anyone without a club? No, they've all got clubs. I guess it's because when they don't have a club, they immediately retire at this stage because they're so old. So the oldest actually is Barry Scott. But yeah, we're down to 23. We're going to be losing Radiance Ham soon. But everyone else is sticking about. Now, obviously, some of the ones that are a bit, like, for example, Harv's second choice one doesn't really count for this because it was obviously younger than everyone else. Same with Jahal Landario and Don's one. The youngest of the bunch is technically Tony Great. So it'll most likely be one of these guys. Yeah, you are still playing, Steve. At Strömsgodset. Which is lovely. Just fancied a bit of a Norwegian holiday. Can't complain about that. Bang and the player's gone. But apparently not. Bang and the player's still here. Not... Probably find that Not just ended up selling one of the many players that we sold them in the first place for an enormous profit. The first one doesn't exist. This is very true. We don't acknowledge his existence. Coffee done. Now on to pissy drink. So yes, to be fair... I can see why you carved out a really solid career in. I love that you just randomly went to Cyprus for 13 years, declared for Cyprus, captained Omonia, won trophies with them, and played 33 games for Cyprus. That just simply wouldn't have happened in a normal save. That's so sick. Not playing in Norway now. Yeah, it's middle of the season as well, so I wonder if you've only just moved there because your contract expired in Cyprus, so you've actually only just joined Norway because it's in the middle of their season, but it was the end of the Cypriot calendar, perhaps? So one thing I have done as well with the scouting this summer is I haven't been just disregarding anybody that isn't 5-star PA or a little bit in there because of these sort of players that knock about. If there's any good value deals that to be had in here, I'd like to take a look at them because those are the kind of guys that we might be able to add to our squad that are like 26, 27 this year that could make us a lot better straight off the bat, which is what we have the money to do because I think that's the only way we really improve. Players like, honestly, Jose Maria Puello. I think he's... Do we need him though? Then again, if we had someone like Puello, him rotating with Bin... No, he doesn't like big matches. We can't afford that right at this stage. We have to make sure that... Yeah, this guy's extremely good. He's also a striker though. Yeah, they'll be tough to sign. But not all of them are. Remember, we've got guys from like Herta and players like that, and it's worth at least looking at them because you never know. You sometimes do get ridiculously good deals, even on Prem players. Bernal is probably better, and we already have him. The only advantage would be that Bernal is non-EU, whereas Puello isn't. He is EU. You know what I mean? Half's original one retired. A few of them retired really young in the save, and there was nothing we could do about it before we figured out a way of keeping them around a little bit longer. There should be some decent options in here for us. I'm not saying that these guys are them. It's just like this happens to be an example of that. This guy would have been good, but I think he was one of the guys that, yeah, 50 million. They kind of have to be EU this summer because actually, who is our current... Let me just check the squad. I just want to see like who our current non-EU lads are so we can work out the situation. So, wait. I was going to say, what? Okay. So, Claudio is one of them. He obviously stays because Claudio is the man in that role. He has at least been really, really solid at least. Mikey, thank you for the 19 months. Oh, you're fabulous. Said, well, it's true, yeah, exactly. So, it's... Chavera? Really? Are they in? Hang on. Ah, Felix is one, yes. Sorry, I hate the fact that the holiday symbol appears above everything else like that. There we go, yeah, sorry. So Felix is one. Claudio's one. Matsuoka's one. Which leaves us essentially one more spot. Because all three of those guys can't... They are integral to the way that we play. Velázquez is our best centre-back. Shazzy at least no longer counts, which is great. So that does free up a spot. Claudio is super important to us, and so is Matsuoka. That's our little pairing. Oh, go on, Hadrian. Okay, so there's definitely a space for another player. Now, it could be one. It could just be Bernal, though. And it may have to be. Oh, yeah, we could definitely make Sven the manager there, for sure. Vida, I think, has definitely earned his right to be the Wisła manager, just because that's what we decided. But Sven has 100% earned the right to at least have some involvement. One of these drop off... Well, the thing is, I don't think it's going to matter, because they're not going to drop off this season. And this is the last season, and thus that's why we're sort of planning for like one last push at it. Whereas I think Bernal is good enough to go now. And at least he's versatile, can play in the centre and on the left wing, which is a bit different to our usual setup, because usually we've got left wingers that can play left back or left wing. It's rare that we have the centre mid and left wing situation going on, which is kind of cool. Dual national. Yeah, I guess he'd have to be Maltese Brazilian, wouldn't he? Because that technically was his nationality by the end of the save. I love that you declare for Malta. All right, so these guys are just fine, but a bit expensive. Sven doing now. Sven is still here. We've had Sven with us the entire time. He was never Brazilian. Oh, he's Portuguese, wasn't he? Of course. His name sounds very Brazilian, obviously, because it's Brazilian Portuguese. But like, yeah. This guy here is interesting. Alvaro Cabanas. Oh, non-EU. Fuck, you're right. Because I was thinking, if we sold Rezic, parlay the money straight into Alvaro Cabanas, because he's better than him, and he can cover right back and left back. Sort of. Right back especially. But you're right, he's non-EU, so that would kind of defeat the point. And he has big matches. Shit. I'm just going to shortlist him in case something crazy happens, and we suddenly find ourselves in a position to sign him. I don't know why we would, but you never know. We've got Raider Vandenbosch. Great name. Solid player, actually. He is EU, but that's an area of our team that we're so stacked in with the fact that we've got Anderson, Tucci, and Bernal now. And also 77 million seems a bit too much to pay for that. You're both non-EU. Oh, no, hang on. You're non-EU, but you might not be. Oh, that's a well played Everton for signing him. We can't really afford that kind of cash. Yeah, he's already on huge wages as well. Holy shit. Pueo is good, but few cheeky loans. Problem is, they'd have to be like loans along the lines of that one guy we were able to get from Liverpool for half a season, and they're really tough to come by because they want so much money. Now, of course, because it's one season, it doesn't matter too much. But I think that's more of a we wait till the end of the window to go for those kind of guys because we don't want to rip ourselves off, right? We'd still want to rather sign some permanent players just because it's easier to deal with. Plus, when we don't run the risk of them recalling the players for whatever reason. Like that guy is definitely your Wolves guy, 31. He's pacey enough, but I'm not sure that he's really what we're looking for. Let me just check his agent. That's so much money. He's just got that English tax, unfortunately. Wildschut, Manchester City, unless they're trying to get rid. I mean, they kind of are because he's 32, but he's an anchor, which probably indicates, he's got okay work rate. But then we've got Eric to back up Claudio. It's a great name. Zion Wildschut is an amazing name. Alvarez, yeah, I like him, but to the team. Exactly, now you get it. Unless these guys are like crazy good value, like, wow, look at me actually paying attention to the manager, these ratings here. He's tall, but 41 million is so much. Let me try, just see if, but to be fair, potential at this point is actually not really that important, is it? It's more about current ability for once. This guy is a 21-year-old. El Kobe. The jump in reach killed him. More similar quality, more depth. Oh, absolutely. But we still have to find those players. And like, I'd much say we had the opportunity to sign like one guy for like 60 million or something, but he's legitimately he's an actual needle mover for us. I'd rather sign him than 3 guys at 20 million who are just like kind of okay and are decent enough. I want to find like and I know it's difficult, obviously, it's easier said than done. Those, like, for example, these guys are not going to move the needle. Do I set up an actual recruitment focus? I might, because it might be what they're actually for. Like, I feel like we want like scouted. Let's tell you what, let's just continue a bit first and get some money in from those other sales so we know how much money we're actually working with. Because that could probably help us. I could ask the Doff, I want to use a load of things that we wouldn't normally do, basically, because they're not normally the types of players that we'd be going after. How dare he not come up first? What a name! Sven van Velkenhuisen. Sven de Man. Excuse me. Sven Svaggers. Imagine. God, his name could have been so much better. But there he is, still here, 33 years old. Has played for every club I've managed since he joined us initially. Love to see it. Gerby back. I mean, hey. I don't know if Gerby would even sign for us anymore. Top flight relegated sides. Yeah, those relegation release clauses. Oh, it doesn't like big matches. This feels like a lie. He only ever performs in big matches. Although most of those big matches were like Belgian third tier. So maybe they weren't that big after all. Who knows? Ron Bezalel. I think Ron actually finally left. What did he? No, he's still there. Still knocking about. He's been there nearly a decade. Ron's going to get a testimonial. Except he's not because they don't seem to work properly. But nevertheless. Like, he doesn't play super often. Oh, and he is consistent. Consistently a meme. They do work. It's weird. I've never been able to trigger... Then again, I never was able to trigger one during the Malta save for whatever reason. Obviously, we've never been at a club long enough in this save for there to be any testimonials. Although we might have had players that have been. But yeah, for some reason in Malta, I could never trigger a testimonial. They only work if your assistant is scheduling your friend. Of course. That makes complete sense. Is this one of these, you're using a face pack, therefore the game will not work accordingly kind of moments? Right. I'll leave that one in there. That way I don't forget to do it. We'll just press continue. Get these sales gone. Because that'll bring us in probably another 50 mil. And then we're working with like close to 130 mil. Because if we find like 2 dudes that are like 60 mil each that actually are going to contribute this season, that's the sort of thing that takes us from where we are. And I think we were really unlucky last year. Like, this team is clearly better than their Champions League finish last year. We just had one of those weird seasons. 16, wow, would you believe it? It's 16.5 million. Crazy times. But yes, we'll accept that to Girona. Barcelona make Ayala offer. Well, no way. They actually bid the higher amount. It's £27 million for Julio Ayala to Barcelona. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Well, I see I can't buy an Eric Bartos because Bartos, although I was right, I'd like to stress yet again, he was one for the future even then. Off you go, lad. How much did I pay for you? Was it like 9 million? After you edited it? Just furiously in RTE before the stream. Okay, good. So that's another 43 mil, minus the fees, obviously. For sure. We'll try it, but my experience with that has been so far that once you agree an agent offer like that, or an intermediary, basically they will almost never, other clubs will almost never come in with more money. But let's try it, because you never know. It can't hurt. But if I could just get someone to agree at 28 million, 28 million pounds, because then it'll be all up front. But I've noticed that when it's like the game basically goes, no, you're cheating a little bit, and it stops you from getting as many bids once you've agreed that. Shengelia. Wasn't quite what I was looking for there, to be honest. Hello, Jeezy. Gorenio, 27 mil. I mean, it's not a... It sort of locks their value, yeah. Let's try it, though. Because at the end of the day, if it works, it works. If I could sell both of them for 28 mil... Yeah, I could try the same fee, actually. Because that would save us £5 million between them. Which is, at this stage, probably not going to make that much difference. But I like bigger number, better person. That's the rules, right? So if those two went for 27 mil each, that's 54 million plus 16 for 70 million minus like, I don't know, 8 million in fees. It's over 60 million quid. No offers for two players. I love this. Al Hazem also feel the asking price is too much and will only offer £6 million. Lads, I don't know if you understand this, but Barcelona have offered me 27 million. I'm probably not going to accept 6. But I appreciate the audacity. That's what you've brought to the table. At least it tells you that information, to be fair. I'll try offering them out one more time for the exact value that we've already agreed and see if that entices anybody. It probably won't. But this is what I also find happen. Yes, I could use it to pay for brand new teeth. Problem solved. Looks like we're going to Istanbul, chat. Yeah, it's kind of like when a car insurance company quotes you like £8,000 to insure your Ford Focus. What they're really saying is, we don't want to insure you, please go away. Speaking of, just to show you how much of an absolute nightmare weekend I had, Friday, Pog and I decided to try and go to Morrison's just because, see what it's like, see what all the fuss is about, you know? We don't have a Morrison's super close, so we drove half an hour to St Ives to go to a Morrison's. It's all fine. And then we come out of Morrison's, get in the car, and the car starts going like this. I'm trying to vibrate my phone off of the dashboard and idling at like 800 RPM. And I'm like, okay, this feels like we're having a bit of a misfire issue here. So we limp the car home. That's a lot less, lads. And yes, another car's misfiring too. What a day! Yeah, so this is... I love that they have the audacity to offer that. To be fair, this was a very nice Morrison's. Like, this was very new, and it had all these like cool... It almost looked like a market inside. It was really cool. In the end, I was just looking for a specific energy drink, which ultimately they didn't have, because that's perfect times. Yeah, so we're not doing that. Hey, at least we tried, right? You don't know if you don't try. Car's got... Yeah, it was very, very strange. The engine light was flashing at me and I was like, oh god, I just want to limp it home, basically. I think potentially it could be because the road there is so unbelievably bumpy. I'm actually wondering if one of the spark leads has come out or like disconnected slightly. So we're going to try and mess with that later, and we've got it under the mechanics tomorrow anyway, just in case. But it'd be nice if I don't have to pay for a mechanics bill on top. Let's see. Yeah, that's not happening. Oh, they're at least going to offer me some money. 700 grand. Fuck it. Money's money, right? I mean, it's not a lot of money, but it's money. Sad times for the offer outs, but you've got to try it. For a two, maybe. Those two are of equal value, right? Flavio Alves. So if I recall correctly, this guy was the one that it linked us to on, like, you know when the window opens and it links you to random players? This was the only guy it linked us to. Flavio Alvarez. Sorry, Alves. Or Alves. He's okay. I mean, he's not okay. He's decent. My issue with him, I think, would be his wages. I think that was the reason I didn't actually approach him in the end anyway, because with these bids from these Saudi sides, I'm assuming it's Saudi. So it might be UAE. No, it's Saudi. 33. Yeah, I mean, I don't care so much about that because final season. But Jamal Lowe's Jamaica Wonder Kid from him. As in Jaleel. I'm not sure Jaleel would come. Oh, I love that he can play all these positions. His wages are pretty low. He has only played 16 games for Inter in 6 years. And he was mostly marketing. Did he really? I wonder if it's because... You're right, it does say that. Brentford apparently believe that this random guy will improve. How bizarre. Don't see that very often. Let me just try Jaleel again. I think the fee they demand would be too stupid. And I'm honestly not sure he's developed enough yet. Would he even sign for us? No. Presence, yeah, he thinks he's way better than us, in fairness. Shirt sales one. Yeah, that's... usually it's for like... world-class recruitment in it. So they're bidding a bit of money on him. Season expectations, reach the league table, that's fine. Through the league, bare minimum, pretty much. They need more Portuguese Brentford fans, exactly, yeah. 800 ppm. The car's just like... To be fair, in many ways, they sort of do sound like that anyway. I assume this was just like my backroom staff doing mad ting, because I definitely wouldn't be looking for under-19 sports scientists. Delay for an hour and a half. Oh my days. It just mounts up, doesn't it? It's just the worst possible like time of the year for all this sort of stuff. I think I'm going to do it one more time, but I'm pretty certain this is one of those situations where the Belgian clubs are trying to Klarna us again. Yeah, it had to be in the end, Comrade. Basically, like, I kind of figured that the interest in the game has dropped through the floor, obviously, with the 26 coming out, and I figured I'd rather just concentrate on trying to plan stuff for that and trying to get everything right for it, rather than utilize the effort differently. And that, and obviously with all the random things that have been happening lately, it's not been super easy there either, too. Yeah, Fabio Carvalho, I mean, I don't know how he's been for Brentford this season. I've only seen him play against Fulham, and, you know, that went well for him. I also had the pleasure of watching that Fulham Villa game on Sunday, which was an absolute treat and not at all absolutely embarrassing. Nothing quite like signing a guy as a striker in the summer window and then not putting him on the bench when we only have one striker and then having our striker go off injured after 10 minutes. It's almost like we could have foreseen that and perhaps should have put that striker on the bench. Call me crazy. Maybe I'm just out of touch. That's all optional fees, isn't it? It's a little bit up front. United, oh god, yeah. Not already played in the league. How much wasn't there quite a large fee attached to him? I must admit, when I was watching the highlights of the Brentford United game, I was just like, wow. Like, there's something quite satisfying about watching United just be the same team every time. I was like, oh, why does it have to be Brentford winning this game, you know? Tell you what, whoever that striker is that Brentford has got, he looks actually quite decent. Got a bit quiet lately. I think we got one last Thursday, didn't we? Hilariously, like about an hour after I finished stream, because FM apparently just hate me. Yes. I think that... The thing is, I don't even think he needed to throw himself to the floor in that incident as well. I think if he just carries on running, Martinez is going to clean him out anyway. And I don't think he's getting to the ball. But like, he does need to cut that out because it's going to cost him chances. Because he was the best player on the pitch for that first half, if you exclude that. He was so goddamn good. It's good for, yeah, I mean, I guess it's good that you've at least got that. It must be quite satisfying seeing Mbermo rock up and just get absolutely rinsed. Now, if I go to 4 today, they'll just postpone any announcements till 5. We know that's how it works. Well, I've actually forgotten what the announcements were for last Thursday, such as been the fugue state and the extreme amounts of painkillers I've been on for the past, 7 days. What even was the announcement? Oh, Radek Kubek. Was it to do with, was it more match day stuff? Having his revenge arc? No. I'm still firmly believing that Teeth Andrews is destined for stuff. And I mean bad stuff. Match and stuff. So what actually... Oh, the match day experience, yeah. I just kind of want to see more stuff to do with the game. The bit you're going to spend most of your time in. Like, it's lovely to see that they feel confident about the match engine. That's a good sign. But I want to see some stuff that's to do with, like, the... Because let's be honest, like, as much as I like playing the games, but I still think we spend 95% of our time outside of the matches and actually interacting with the menus. And that is crucial. That experience has to be good. Otherwise, the rest of it doesn't matter. I want to see not just, like, the little clips of UI. I want to see, like, the dynamic highlight mode thing. That is fucking sick. If it works in... It's one of these things where I'm like, it's great if it works. But the dynamic highlight thing does sound tremendous. The new camera angles look really cool as well. I would have thought so, TT, if it sticks to the plan, right? Wait, did Napoli spend a load of money again? They're back, baby. Sorry. What are you doing? What in the actual fuck are you doing, Napoli? £343 million. Chat, what's the strands? The world record transfer is still Mbappe's, right? Like 200 million, roughly. With weird agreements, is it not? And Napoli have just gone... Christ on a bike. I think, yeah, he's not even that good. I mean, sorry, he's not even that good. He's very good, but he's not that good. Neymar 222. That's insane. Funny if they do have a new tycoon again. Wait, I'm clicking on him and not Napoli. My God. They've got a new tycoon. And his name is Dong. And boy is he. So yes, Napoli have a new tycoon, which they've had for 6 months apparently. I love that he's not even like their key player. Not even considered. He's 23 as well. Dean Trudgeon. No player called Dean Trudgeon should ever be worth that amount of money. What is their transfer budget? They had a transfer budget of 400 million. Wait, hang on a minute. How have they got 200 million left of it if they just spent 300 million? Are they just making... But they haven't sold anybody. Unless they sold them right at the end of the... It's a couple of sales, but they weren't for March. I really can't see, but they were like £6-7 million pounds. Installments. I guess so. Cost so far, 302 million. Wild. Napoli do guys apparently some opera singer. Oh, mate. Bro's in charge of Napoli. It's got the hair. Everyone in Napoli just has the good hair, in fairness. That's wild. I just want to quickly check the world transfer records in the save and see how much further clear he is than anyone else. Worst due to the UI. I really hope it isn't, because the thing is, if it is, that's where the problems will be for the players. Wait. That's mental. Napoli have, in the total, going to spend £343 million on it. That's over £100 million more than the next highest transfer fee in this save. I don't think I've seen a higher transfer fee in FM ever. Like, legitimately, I don't think I've seen a team spend that amount of money on one player in FM before. I always hear occasionally people see like a high £200 million. I've never seen like close to 350 million. That's wild. This is the fun part. They don't win the league every year. They've actually started winning the league more since they lost their... Look, there you go. Napoli haven't won the league in 5 years. They did win 2 titles there. Oh, actually, they won a little bit there, but they've not won the league for 5 years. That is just insane. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, you'd expect transfer fees to be around that, if not more, by the time that 2043 rolls around in real life, right? With inflation and whatnot, there'll probably be a lot more than that. But there you go. Indie Games. Thank you for the 35 months. That's another one for Weird FM. Napoli about... Wait, my buttons are broken. There we go. We're back. And Gus Show Business. Thank you for the 23 months, friend. Ooh.
Hello Matto and Chatto, glad you are doing better. I'm in the process of creating a match day based fantasy hockey for the Discord. Hopefully it will be ready this weekend.
Do tell, because actually that's one of the things I need to set up. I need to gauge interest if anyone is interested in doing fantasy NHL this year, because you have to do it like James is going to potentially set it up for us. But obviously I've been off my face all week, so I haven't really had a chance to engage in that kind of stuff. But yeah, tell me more. Ton of installments, but either way, to be fair, we have no evidence that it's in a ton of install. I mean, I guess it kind of has to because of the way their budget's gone. But they've still spent... Most of those other deals are also in tons of installments. Either way, they've committed to spending that cash. Just to prop up the league. In possession and out possession tactics. Oh yeah, IP. And I'm guessing this toggle takes you to... Why is there 3? I'm guessing maybe there's like a combined one that shows like a heat map, perhaps. Maybe. Oh, I see. Right. So I thought you meant the... I mean, to be fair, they probably are paying installments too. This is my concern. My concern with this, and I think I talked about this on the podcast last week, is the amount of dead space. Why is this not being used for something? And why is there a scroll bar on a screen that has dead space on it? And hopefully this is just because it's early build stuff and this will be polished out and this will be expanded out. This looks like it's too zoomed in almost, right? And maybe it's just an optimization issue. And that's why there's scroll bars and stuff, because it's not optimized for every screen yet. But you'd think they would show it to you on a screen that it is optimized for. So hopefully it's okay. We'll go. That's good to know. It is still a bit concerning when you're seeing that in like release screenshots though, right? But then, yeah. Scroll bar we got. Okay, good. That's good, because that's crazy. If there was something... If we're actually seeing scroll bars in screens that don't need them, then that is an absolute disaster. You'd think. I guess it's a case that they needed to show something, and right now that was in the build that they currently had, even though it was the thing that they knew how to fix, just hadn't been able to yet. So I'll obviously give them that. These were somewhat questions. Oh, wow. We did the record transfer in this safe thing, and I didn't even realise it. You'll have to see it. But yeah, I just need to see some... What I need to see is someone actually playing the game for 5 minutes. Like... I just want to see someone navigating around it. Like, I want to see... I want to make sure that you still feel like you're in an active game world. Because I've been thinking about FM, and one of the things that makes it so good is that you feel like you're in a living, breathing world and you're existing as part of that. And hopefully that isn't... like, as long as they manage to capture that still, I think they'll be absolutely fine, even if there is a load of UI changes, which clearly there are, right? But that's okay. The crucial thing is not losing functionality. I'm not even bothered if there's no new features per se, right? I mean, there obviously is going to be some stuff, because if we're getting this in and out of position tactic, that is literally a new feature. But it's just the risk of losing functionality, right? The save, like, the... You don't even do one season with Manchester City in that time. Heads up about Bernal. Concerned with his agreed playing time. Do you know what? Actually, I agree. Important player is no way happening, but I agree your playing time is broken. What? You're an idiot. You've been on loan last year and you want to come back and be an important player. I will make you a regular starter. And maybe that will appease him, but that's wild that bro wants that. Hang on. Expectations. You're an absolute lunatic. Oh, I could have put him on squad player and it would have changed that. Didn't know you could do that. You do. You want to see basic stuff. Save tactics. It could be, but it's the IP next to it, which presumably means in possession and out of possession, if I had to guess. It's funny you say that, Tuni, because I saw a random TikTok yesterday from, I think it was Kadikarus, and he was invited to some, he's a streamer or content creator who I'm familiar with, but I've never actually seen any of his content. But he went to this launch event for, I think it was the new Jurassic World game or whatever. And I was just thinking, oh yeah, this is how games companies usually do this kind of stuff. They, generally speaking, will bring a load of content creators in, film it, and make content around that to use as promotional material on social media as a way of promoting the game. And I feel like SI operates so differently to that, right? Because we've never really been able to do it in that same way. Back in the day when we'd go down to events and we were allowed to like capture stuff, and I'm talking like pre-COVID here, it was all hush hush, and you got to like release like one tiny video based on a little tiny bit of content you were able to create, but you couldn't tell anyone you were down there. You had to like completely, yeah, it was all very sort of hush hush basically. And so technically, I guess so. Oh, Kilas is going. Tremendous. But I just feel like it means that they don't really seem to know how to engage in promotion for it. I mean, I guess they don't really need to, I suppose, right? People are going to buy it regardless. I think they do need to, because there seems to have been quite a lot of staff turnover. When you actually look at like this is the thing you see, like you see random people that you know there that leave and stuff like that. Good at pre-release. Yeah, oh no, they're clearly not. This is how we end up with like 42-minute videos or marketing mishaps. But you'd like to think that they would have learned some stuff from the disaster of 25. Where was this guy? Bolton! Yes! I love the idea of a lad called Dean Trudgeon from Bolton being the most expensive player in the history of football. It just suits the vibes perfectly. Don't know what youth rating. Yeah, I mean, but my point is that shouldn't have killed it. What he said was entirely true. Do you remember, goes back a little bit, but do you remember the comment that was posted on that video from the SI account? Absolutely mad behaviour. It got deleted, obviously. 28 minutes. Oh, hang on. Ajax, lads. Do you fancy a bit of this? Because I'll let you get in on that. Need one Gross. They want him for very little money, to be fair. Vega. I'm going to keep Vega around a little bit for the time being. No! That definitely wasn't. I mean, I assume it probably wasn't, but like... There was, yes. There was a comment left on the video by the official FM account that was like crazy. I can't remember off the top of my head what it said, but it was definitely floating around. Didn't you just say you were willing to pay it? Lads, I feel like I'm going crazy here. Maybe Ajax ready to discuss terms on a deal. All right, sure. Why not, lads? I think it's just a bit sucky, isn't it? Like, because the other thing is, it's not even a case of like, even if it wasn't to gather content, like back in the day, you see this all the time when people are like invited to shoot and they make a whole thing about it and it's all like a big content thing. But that's never happened with us. Like in the past, well, obviously we have been to the studio in the past, but it's always been very hush hush. You can't tell anybody about it for months and months and months and months and months, and even then I'm not sure you're really supposed to, but then they'll release pictures themselves and it's like, well, obviously, yeah. Dingy Elvis. Yeah, there has to be some kind of compromise. Oh, hello. What about if we could find a way to, because these are the kind of players that could move the needle. Players like Nuno Lorenzo. If his wages aren't absurd, which I suspect would be the problem. Yeah, it's just within the realms of like, could still be workable. Well, yeah. Pre-launch live stream. Yeah, it's odd that they never... I mean, to be fair, they have done that. There was just never FM creators. It was people like James Alcott, who, frankly, is an excellent choice.
Bring on the Flugelcamp!
No, you're right. They absolutely are. But that doesn't seem to stop every other game studio. Big J all day. Thank you for the follow. I quite like this guy. To the point where... the problem... I'll put him on the Christmas list for the time being. If we were to lose Rezic and actually get a lot of cash, he could be quite a nice pickup, even if it does cost us a lot of money in wages. Because he's only 21 as well, which is... He's just very good. A Fulham player who's requested to leave. Oh, he's got those elite physicals. Even though they're not... I think it's because they see themselves as a sports simulation rather than a game a lot of the time. And I think that needs to end, because at the end of the day, it is a video game, and a good one at that. But it needs to accept what it is. Pick a brand-friendly creator. Yeah, like Kev. Like, Kev has a very strong brand-friendly like history with dealing with brands and stuff. He does it all the time. He's incredibly experienced at that. Plays with locked bids. Yeah, I think the transfer AI is hopeful, and this is my hope for that, right? Do you remember when they first introduced the transfer room stuff? And it felt like with many of the SI features, it's a kind of like, it's a stepping stone towards something better. Like they always kind of in these like sort of 3-year cycles where it's like, first year it's introduced and it's decent, then it's improved, then it's improved. I'd like to think that that improvement carries over into 26 for the transfer room stuff, and actually we see massive improvements in that area of the game. Like, I'd be very, very pleased with that. I just want to have more of an option to know what clubs are looking for and how I can offer my players to them in a much more targeted way. Like, it'd be so sick if I could basically see what clubs are actually looking for in like a, you know, in the same way that I'm offering players out and looking for players. It'd be so sick if other clubs were doing that too, so you knew what they wanted, so it was much easier to get those players to the right clubs. Like an actual version of the offer to club specifically that actually works. That would be dreamy, frankly. And think how good that would be in building a nation. Being able to look at like the other clubs in Poland in this case, seeing what positions they're weak in, what they actually want players in, and being able to offer them targeted loans. Which is exactly what the real thing is. How dope would that be? I mean, if that was in the game, I would probably about lose my shit, because it would be the ultimate thing that could really push a building a nation save to another level. Particularly if it works properly. Oh, there's another Feta. We do like a Feta around these parts. And he's a central midfield. Ooh. Does he make us better, though? We want to be looking at 4-star guys or above. Or like 3 stars, but like good. Stars aren't really that important at the end of the day. But like guys that are at least... the attributes are good there too. Let me set up a recruitment focus. I'm doing it. Somebody stop me. I'm doing it. We're setting up a recruitment focus for any player in this tactic. Minimum... oh. Fuck, I'm doing that. I'm going transfer and loan. I'm going any age, any areas. We're going to go top. We're going to assign everybody to it. And I bet it's going to find nobody. So I'm going to call it nobody. It's found 3... oh, good. Hey, here's 4 guys you already know about. Actually, I don't mind that. Because I do genuinely like that guy. Did I see what his... oh, he's 21, so we don't know what his big matches is. That's a little bit of a downside. When does he turn 22? Ah, damn it. I was kind of hoping it might be later in the summer. You're a goalie. We don't need you. You're a... okay. We'll just let that cook. See what it can do. On instant. True. You've got to let them cook. Logic will actually work. Oh, yeah. I mean, I don't trust that with a lot of things. It's like, I wonder who... do you know when they added the whole dynamic highlight thingy? I wonder if there was anyone there that went, I mean, do we want to call it dynamic? But I think if this was anything that could be dynamic, hopefully it's this. Did they actually explain what the dynamic highlight mode did? Because I must admit, I didn't get a chance to like properly read into like the blogs and stuff that go with these things. The Liechtenstein guy's kind of interesting, isn't he? Try to sign players for free agency, resign your own players with factors. Yeah. And to be fair, a lot of those things in the background actually are variables that the game can interact with. Things like the market, it's well, the market, but like the infrastructure of the country and various things like that. More highlights. Okay. To be fair, if it changes between those things based on events in the game, then that by definition is dynamic, right? That's... actually, if that works as expected... now, I realise with an SI game, saying it works as expected is very tough, but if it does, and I would want to give them the benefit of the doubt to suggest that it will, that could be fucking sick. Speed through, potentially, yeah. I mean, I guess if it's still showing you things that matter, like you're not going to miss goals, right? Now, it won't affect us when it comes to things like finals, because obviously we'll be big matching the damn things anyway, so that won't be a problem, but... I think it'll be nice for the TV games thing we're going to be doing for Poland, which obviously won't come into play until probably about 5 or 6 seasons into the save. As for the patron regions and stuff for the next save, the second we get that beta, I'll be testing the functionality of the EDT file thing, because that, for all we know, could be completely removed. They may have a brand new system for this. If that works, then I'll just put a thing straight out for you guys to get me your information as quickly as possible. We have a backup situation where if it doesn't work, we can program them into the database directly, but it won't be quite the same way. So we've got contingencies on top of our contingencies, which is nice. So 26, the plan is currently. In fact, I'd say this is locked in now. Slavia men's... we were going to do a Slavia men's and women's save for the beta if the Czech Women's League was in the game. Unfortunately, it's not in the default game, which means we obviously can't unlock it for the beta because you don't have access to the pre-game editor. So it'll be a Slavia save, which is fine. Just it gives us a chance to learn the game with a biggish side that's going to be hitting a lot of the key features. So they're in Europe. They're a big enough team in a big enough league that should cover a lot of the things to give us the chance to experience most of the useful things. Fulham Women's, unfortunately, are a 4th tier side, so they won't be in the base game either. So exactly, yeah. So you've got a lot of stuff like that. So that'll be for the beta. just to sort of have an opportunity. I knew that would happen. Have a chance to sort of learn the game on a team that will let us, in theory, experience most of what the game has to offer, with the exception of the women's team, which is unfortunate, but I suspect that the dynamics are mostly the same. Because it's going to probably just look like a database update, and that's fine. Hey, wow, they actually did it. No way. Belgium found money. Thursday beta. I truly believe it's going to be the 20th. I think it's going to be exactly 2 weeks before. I don't see it being a Friday because then they have the whole weekend slapped right there, and that's the last thing. I think on Monday, I think the 20th is a Monday, would make more sense. But we'll see. It just depends. I suspect with something like this, they're going to want as much time as possible to get it ready for release. 21st. I think the 21st would be encroaching too closely into the 2 weeks. I think that would be 13 days, and thus you wouldn't get 2 weeks before the release, because it says at least 2 weeks, doesn't it? If I recall. Not that they'd be above changing that, of course, but I think currently that wouldn't be possible based on those criteria. Greeter is... God, I forgot how good he is. Look at the state of him. 18th and 19th. Isn't the 19th a Sunday? I can't see them releasing a beta on a Sunday. I don't think they ever have before. Usually, it's just the dates are a bit awkward this year in general. Usually they are towards the end of the week, but usually they are 14 days before. That's true, Gordo, yeah. But yeah, so there's that. And for the main save, we're going to be doing Wisła Krakow, Poland building a nation, which I'm so hyped about. I think it's just... Oh, it's the 20th. I think it kind of has to be. Because if the game's coming out on the 4th of November or whatever, then it has to be the 20th at the latest, because that's 14 days. Unless they change the actual release date. Yeah, doing it on Friday. That's what I'm just logically thinking. It shouldn't be a Friday because of the staffing situation. It won't be at the weekend for obvious reasons. And a Monday is the latest it can be. So unless it was Wednesday, which I think is way too soon, I think that would be the soonest it had ever dropped in terms of the distance from the beta release to the full release. Extra class rat. Which extra class rat is that? Underpaid. Wow, he's got huge value. And he kind of is a bit underpaid. But... I'll try and appease him with the we don't have any cash. Okay, yeah, I didn't think he'd fall for that. Imagine if he had. We've got 90 million in transfer funds and he's like, I understand, boss. We just can't afford it. Right, let me offer him a new deal. Maybe today. I'd like to think so, Bravo, yeah. It seems to be a roundabout majority of matches. Actually, let me just try and... Okay, well, that was a waste of time. I'll offer him the contract anyway. I just want him to not be pissed off. Ball winning midfield. No, so you're a fullback. Stop being silly. I will not stand for silliness in this stream. This is a very serious stream, as you can tell. Yeah, getting Poland ready is going to be great. Because it's so much less stress. The stresses... Oh, you as well. Hey, blah, 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 blah. Of the Malta one last year was... Oh, mate. I remember when we played that first season and then they released that patch and it broke/fixed. But it fixed, which then broke the save. Oh, after that stream when I realised what had happened, it was awful. I literally just curled up in a ball and watched Free Guy for the first time, which admittedly was the only good thing that came out that evening. It was horrifying because I was just like, this is going to be... So many people are going to be let down by this. And thankfully, we were able to fix it. And Hadrian smashed it out of the park with the fix that he came up with and we were able to execute. It, I think, made the save a lot better long term than pushing. Because if we'd have pushed on with that, it would have just not been anywhere near as fun. Fine, you both get new contracts. I'm like, Oprah now. This is a problem. Let me guess, Greek Bruce wants a new contract too. Have you got a... Oh, you've got a 3-year extension clause as well, you bastard. Oh well, fuck it. In for a penny, in for a pound. He's definitely going to want a new contract, his Greek Bruce, though. Oh, that's not even a big... 16 grand a week is actually well deserved. I think he's been a really solid player. Let me guess, you want one as well. How crazy. Crazy and shocking from you there, bud. There does seem to be like a limit to how much you can brush them aside and say we don't have the money. The problem is he's going to want to play loads. As many matches as possible. Have you seen who you're... I really wish there was a little bit of... That's literally gone from star player to important player, hasn't it? Oh, no, okay. Important player to regular starter. Alright, fine. I should have just promised to be a star player next year, really, shouldn't I? Oh, dear. Right, that's got through them. So he's going to go. Polish women's top flight works. That's true. Like, but the thing is, you'll have basically 3 weeks to do it. So there'll be so... It doesn't really matter exactly, yeah. It is still annoying, though, because if their playing time conflicts with each other and then they start kicking off about it, it could harm the morale, which we're going to really need going deep. So I'm happy to appease them, but I'm worried it might still hurt us later. It's okay, Tom. To be fair, so did I, on account of crippling dental issues. Get rid of you, get rid of you. On the plus side, touch wood, things are right now, which is decent. I was a bit worried that, because I've basically not been speaking much in the last few days, really. So I was like, oh, is this like a false sense of security when I actually start speaking a lot for stream? Is it going to suddenly kick off because of the vibrations in my mouth? Oh yeah, my big forehead. Like, we're talking emergency dental appointment on Saturday type of issues, unfortunately. It's possible last season, next year, money's no money. Because I still want to, like... I want to maintain my integrity to a certain point where I'm not just completely cheesing the game. But in addition, I don't know which players we'd be spending that money on yet. Have those players gone yet? And we also do the looking forward as well, yeah. Right, so they've all gone now, right? Ayala, Gorenio, Kilata. Cool. We've just... Okay, so now we have £140 million in transfer budget. Let's go look at the scouted players list and see if there's anyone absolutely dry socket. I've heard that can be really, really nasty. I luckily was able to avoid that when I had my wisdom teeth out years ago, but something I'll probably have to watch out for when this inevitably gets yanked at some point. Right, let's see what we got. Just see who's available. So I was trying to work out what filter I even have. Oh, maybe players out of contract or something? So there's Gerby. Let's look at anybody who would be unsure about signing for us. Bubble! Thank you for the 59 months. You'd love to see it. Really freaked out about it. Yeah, I think it's actually a kind of rare... Not rare, but like it's a... In theory, you shouldn't get it, but it can happen. Okay. Oh, that's annoying that he's going to disappear, though. Right. Atalanta guy, Amika Eze. Let me just... Join me, if you will, as we head to the squad planner briefly in order to get to the squad depth chart. If we were to dump an unfortunately large amount of money into this team, what position would be the best place to do it? Maybe an absolutely goated centre-back to play alongside Velázquez. Right back, we could maybe do with a worldie if we could find one. Strikers we're fine with. CMs, as much as I feel like... Bristol don't have a women's team. I believe they do, yeah. Goalkeeper. No. Goalkeeper is set. Garnier is the man. He's so goddamn good. The thing is, the midfield stars are a little bit of a lie. A DM... A centre-back I think would be good to go alongside Felix. Bear in mind, Binder is the DM, the CM starter, and he's actually ridiculously good. It's just the game is a bit weird about how it's showing that. Not the top two leagues, though. No, but we can dick about with that sort of stuff. We just want to be able to keep an eye on their progress. Left back. The thing is, left back is almost impossible to find a good one other than Gerby. And bear in mind, our current left back is actually a really solid player. He's just a bit young. Right back, I actually feel like could be a thing because Shazley is not doing it. Habila's fine, but if we could find a world-class right back... Shazley should be a world-class right back, but because of his hatred of big matches, he just seems to underperform way too often. DLP rotation options? Oh, absolutely. But of course, I'm talking about like starting players at the moment. A class centre-back, yeah. And like a worldie of a right-back that's maybe got big matches. Like a 25-year-old instead. Because the left wing is stacked. The right wing, if we sell Resic, we can go for that Wolves guy for like £40 million or whatever, or 60 million. But a centre-back... And the good thing about centre-backs is there's a lot of them. So we might actually be able to find a guy. Let's have a look at centre-backs. What are we saying? Anyone fun? Ooh, Fonseca. 30 years old, but... Which, to be fair, like, Shazley's extremely attacking. We basically need Shazley with big matches. Because I think he's actually excellent for his role. This guy's fine, but he's also not... The wages are an issue there, unfortunately. Just go back into his page and go out of it. Balbuena is Paraguayan, and I suspect that's not going to likely... Yeah, it's not likely to change anytime soon. Leomar... he is Portuguese. 32. 9 jumping reach. He's disastrous. Alistair Kidby. Real Madrid, does he have Spanish second? No. Oh my god, he's all the positions, though. Fun player. Victor Vicente, Aston Villa, but he's Spanish. Can't jump to save his life. Wow. Why are all these centre-backs incapable of jumping? Let me just pivot to right-backs for a minute. I'll just set it to competent at to maybe grab the occasion. Oh, there's a Roma guy here. Cosimiro Cucciara. He can cross. He's reasonably quick. His dribbling's okay. But then you compare him to Shasley and you're like... Does like big matches, though, crucially. But I think he'd be too expensive, even by our standards. 39 to 60 million. His wages are a lot. But we've got wages available for one season. Oh my god. FM, stop it. Schwarz, but he's straight up Brazilian. Ajax guy called Ney, which I do like. Spanish Brazilian. Ooh, his technicals are not good enough. Physically, he's excellent, but his technicals are kind of mid. At least we can see some of this information here, in fairness. Yeah, if we can find a Mar, we can have Ney and Leo Mar. We can have Lionel Neymar. He's a 32-year-old. Oh, no, he was the other guy we looked at before, wasn't he? Find similar players thing doesn't work, unfortunately. It functions in the sense that technically it finds players, but it doesn't find players in the way that you would hope it would do, unfortunately. That's the issue. It's a feature that is so close to being good, like many things in FM, that I don't expect to still be working next year. Lazio French. Maxence Thibault. God, if he was... why are these centre-backs all so short? Matazzini. What about you? Victor Vicente. Oh, we looked at him already. See you later, Hadrian. Velvet, wait, surely not. You're right, he's there. None of you, though. But you're absolutely right, that is he. It is Santiago Valverde of the Lechowinge days. I did not realise he went to Swansea. I mean, we know he was good for them. What would he be about just for the funsies? Right, but I mean, I'm not going to play you as a complete wingback, buddy, but he might be fun to sign anyway, just because his value is so low. It is the right Valverde. Thankfully, Federico Valverde has retired, so I no longer accidentally click on him, which is a helpful situation. He's not a U, though. This is the problem. Then again, no, Shazi's no longer counted as a U, is he? Fuck. Sorry, he is now counted. I think for 1.7 million, it's probably worth just trying to sign him anyway for the memes. Shuta Hishide. Centre-back with 5 jumping reach. Is he getting worse? The further I look down, the worse the jumping reach is getting. Now, obviously, let's just check for loans. Maybe there's an absolutely goated loan in here. Perhaps. I think it's mostly the same guys, isn't it? It would be cool if there was an option to say, show me players that are willing to come on loan that won't come on a permanent transfer. So you kind of get an opportunity to know the difference. It's Bilal Mekawar. That takes me back. Did he get loaned back from... Oh, he did, yeah. He went back on loan. Let me try centre-backs. I just want to see if Gerby is genuinely available. It's Axel Alvarez at Barcelona, though I think we looked at him already, didn't we? Oh! Actually, I'll tell you what. He might be him. Axel Alvarez. Barcelona. 18 jumping reach, 6'3", 15 pace, 13 tackling, great heading. Really, he's basically an absolute aerial monster. Competitive streak, consistency, green big matches. Good as a right footer. And I think Velasquez plays on the left, doesn't he? Yes. What do we say about Axel Alvarez? He'd always be at the top of the register. On a loan, provided... Where did he join us permanently? Loan move is fine. I like him. It depends on what the loan deal is going to be like. It could be stupid. Wait, mandatory future fee of 50... Oh, wait, hang on a minute. No, we can't do that. Because he won't agree to the... right. It's a still... If they'll accept an... The problem is, basically, I can't agree to the mandatory fee, even though it's really low. Because that's a really good deal. because he won't sign for us, which means we won't be able to sign the contract now. But I could maybe swap it out for an optional. Maybe. Okay, they want 19 million on optional. The loan would still cost us 10 million quid, but all right, fine, an optional of 24 million quid. Who cares? Like, you're not getting the money anyway, lads. Okay, I don't hate that. I know it's 10 million pounds for a loan, but you know what? We've got 140 million quid. I'd rather spend that 10 million pounds on a loan player that's actually going to be an impact in our first team this season than a player that is not going to be an impact. Obviously, like, as if that had to be said. See if there's anyone else that's knocking about that's potentially useful for us. There's Ivan Vega, who I'm fairly certain was the other guy that we really liked. Manager side of things. Yes, I'm hoping that that's what we maybe get today if we are going to get some news. It feels like we've seen... I'll be honest with you, I was surprised that we saw a second like range of match day stuff, because we'd already had that like big thing about the match engine itself, or like the graphics and stuff, and then to see a second one last week for that, I was like, I feel like that maybe could have been something where we got a bit deeper into the game stuff, because at the end of the day, looking great is fantastic, and I'm glad it will hopefully do so, but the game needs to be fun underneath, otherwise it is completely irrelevant what it looks like. Yeah, he's quite tasty. Oh, he's not a EU though, fuck. That's why we could have signed him before, but his non-EU-ness makes him much more of a problem now. We've got Ricardo Puga. This falls off really fast. He's at least got Spanish second nat. His physicals are not good enough. He's way too slow to play that role reliably. Yeah, I think with Vega, we found him when... It was before he moved to Leipzig, I think. Because I think I remember seeing him at this club, and what a great name for a club. 76 million for a 16-year-old. Who in Christ is that? And what club are they playing for, more importantly? We probably should do a bit of attribute searching. Yeah, I agree. Bear in mind, this is just looking at players that we have scouting knowledge of. This isn't encompassing all players, so we might actually be able to get to... just ignore that. Menus. Yes. I think that needs to... Because I think a lot of people, myself included, are a bit worried about that kind of stuff. And I want to make sure that what we're getting out of the game is going to be a fun experience and is going to be something that we can engage with and spend time with, right? Tactic stuff, that would make sense. Because to be fair, the tactic stuff is really important. If they are going to do this in and out of possession thing, they have to show us that. I just want to see what the best possible lone player we can get is. I really should have filtered this by something, shouldn't I? But oh well. Horrific music again. Oh, that same song they've been using in basically every single update, you mean? Unsure. Right, show me something good. Oh, God. I've just ended up adding even more players to it, haven't I? That was a mistake. Don't know what I could have really done. There's so many players. At least I've still got loads of players there. It makes... I mean, hopefully it's today. Right, Emeka Eze. That was the... Oh, no, hang on. He is listed, right? For 8.5 million. Wait, what? Oh. Just to clarify, chat, we're signing this guy, right? I didn't realise he was as cheap as that. Backup number 10 could easily play on the right-hand side as well. He's fine. Moves into channels, plays no through balls, which is actually okay because his passing isn't very good. First-time shots could be intriguing. I didn't realise he was so cheap. How much is he actually listed for? £8.5 million? Why is he listed? Good question, actually. Oh. He's FRT'd them and they're pretending that in actuality they don't have a role for him to play, but what they actually mean is he's FRTing us. So we're trying to get... They're basically trying to cash in this summer. So if he's listed for 8.5 million, we'll just pay 8.5 million. I like the fact that the game tried to make me pay 19 million for him there, trying to sneak through. Cool. Sorted. Yeah, Nigeria counts as EU. It's very much you can't fire me, I quit type of situation. No wonder he was showing up so high as an A there. Tottenham guy, he'll have crazy weight. The fact that his wage is quite low as well, which is fun. Noah Winter, this was the Liechtenstein guy, wasn't it? He's another bloody winger. God's sake, man. Let me just go to the actual positions we were looking for. That will help us narrow it down a little bit. See if there is anyone crazy in there. Then we'll do a bit of attribute scouting. Like... I kind of want to do natty cap scouting just to see if there's anyone interesting. Not that that would help us this season in any way. Like, I'm under no illusions that would be useful for us. Right. There's a couple of extra guys, but they're all quite non-EU. I think it's the same lads, which makes sense because if we had some scout, sometimes you do get players that show up on here that don't show up on the scouted one because reasons. Although I think most of these guys do. We just quickly try right backs as well. This is the last season, Thomas. That's why we're kind of going all out. Hence the giant budget that we've got. Archer! Thank you for the 11 months.
Missed you, Matto.
Oh. Osasuna. I mean, he is absurd. Can't argue with that. Still, it's a lot of money for a 16-year-old. But, I mean, if I had that player, I'd probably be demanding the same amount of money, so I really can't complain about that. Anyone else good? Yeah, get rid. Not worth it, mate. Vincent said it. Yeah. Let's do pure attributes. Actually, let's just see whether I can't remember who I actually bid on here. Valverde is interested. That's accepted. That's accepted. Good shit. Okay, so let's get this one done. 2020. That tends to find younger players. Although, that can't help with this situation either. It wants me to strengthen the midfield. Brother, you are the midfield. Also, I'm not playing you as a striker. That's wild. It would be kind of nice if the club at least... Just little stuff like that, where the player knows that they're joining a team that plays the system that it plays. So it'd be really strange for them to demand to play as a striker in a team that doesn't have a striker in their tactic. Last season, we didn't even make it out the group. It was a disaster, essentially. We completely shat the bed in the group stage. Ask Smates to endorse move for some reason. Smates talks to Valverde after a successful conclusion of the meeting where Smates was asked to promote the club. Smates has spoken to Sven the boy. Sven has a career lined up perfectly as a diplomat. 70 grand a week is a lot. How about less than that? Would you consider 62 grand a week? Okay, but alternatively, what if I offered you an extra year? Okay. 63. Okay, I can see that this is going well. 64. You drive a hard bargain. Oh god, it's that bloody song now. Quick, let's stutter through towards a goalkeeper. Fuck it. In for a penny, in for £70,000. The art of the deal with me, where the deal is very much whatever they want and not what I want. Right. Those three signings, though, would open up a lot of... Oh, hello. You're not on the move. How dare you? Braga want Oscar. Sure. That's free money. Match highest earner? There's no high earners. Oh yeah, by the way, I sent us on a US tour just so we could see some incredible team names, like, for example, World Class, who appear to have... For a second I thought that was the Midtjylland logo. It very much isn't. We'd have the Allsvenskan. That's a good question, actually. I mean, to be fair, if you want weird stuff happening in the Allsvenskan, you've got to want to look to the real life. That's where the weird stuff's happening. So let's find out. I'm still gutted that we had that situation with Celtic where they were 2-0 down in the playoff for relegation and they won the tie 8-2. Frustrating times. Yeah, Weird FM is just real life here. Allsvenskan. Let's have a look. Oh my days, Malmö are in the relegation places. Well, that's at least something interesting. Mike's first win tonight. Are Midtjylland a little bit bad at the moment? Did I see that? Didn't they lose to someone a little bit funky on the last round of matches? Wasn't it Karabag they lost to? Or someone that you wouldn't... Oh no, that was FC Copenhagen that lost to Karabag last night, wasn't it? Which is also a pretty surprising result. I was not expecting that. Whichever it is. Has he got 20? Oh. The only thing about him is that low aggression, but clearly he's got everything else. So, like, who cares? God, it's crazy that a player of this kind of quality is worth £6 million, but I feel it. Gerbil plays for Liverpool, like, week in, week out now, so he will not come back on loan. Which is annoying. We didn't look... Actually, I didn't look at left-backs, did I? That might have been worth doing. So Sweden have actually had a fair amount of... Have they, though? They had Malmö, Hammarby. Icor got one. BK Häcken did nab a little title. And Helsingborg have got one. And then Djurgården have kind of become a bit better in Elfsborg. So there's been at least sort of 6 or 7 different winners in the save so far. And it looks like Djurgården are heading for it again. The Animal Farm are kind of cooking. Not Animal Farm, the Animal Farm. Animal Garden. Jonas Hus... Why do I recognise this guy? I feel like he was a player that we scouted a couple of times back in the day. Oh, 100% Hayden. I know that pain. See, for example, my entire Treaty United save. Right, let me just look at left backs that are willing to join us. Just in case we do find an absolute worldie. Because you never know. Oh, wait, not left backs, left wing backs. Although I'll make it sure it's not natural, just in case. Second to real life, yeah. We're all aboard the, what is it? Is it Mjällby? Oh, they're playing Forest tonight. I've just realised, in my head, when you said Ange, I was thinking, in my head, he's still Spurs manager. Speaking of Spurs, actually, good God, they nearly balls that up, didn't they? Oh, there's a guy called Andres Kork. What a wonderful name combination. Like, he's got really good physicals, but his mentals. I mean, his mentals aren't great either. We want to be looking at, like, slightly older players, I think, for these roles. Guys like Joaquin Gorner. These are loans, right? Yeah. There's Chris Robertson of our eyes. There is Joaquin Gorner. He's got an insane first touch. His dribbling and crossing are excellent. He's got 9 caps for Argentina as well. But, like, I don't think he's that much of a step up of what we already have. To be fair, I mean... Oh, no, it was Fredrikstad that Palace played, didn't they? I actually completely forgot that the Champions League was even on the last couple of days until I suddenly started getting the rolling craziness coming in. Like Copenhagen losing to Karabakh, which I'm fairly certain did happen. And Spurs nearly losing to bloody Bodø. At least they beat them last year. Although it might have been... I can't remember if they were home or away, actually. I think they were away. Which would explain a lot. Oh. Play him at AM, put him up advance forward. Oh, if he's injury prone. He's got decent pace and acceleration. If you're in a situation where you feel like... He's got very nice natural fitness too. He's going to just go forever. Stamina's pretty decent too. How old is he? 27. I mean, he's not got like elite technicals and mentals for an advanced forward. Like, if you're playing at the very, very high end, you want to be seeing sort of, I guess we must play friendly, 17s and 18s in there if you can, but it's obviously very tough to get to that point. But if your other guy's injured and you've got someone that can step in and play AM for you, then it's not the worst thing in the world. I mean, it's kind of like the situation we're in, albeit with a shadow striker, with Tristan, where we have to accept that he's just simply not going to play. It's like, oh, wait. I did like this guy, but that kind of price is just absurd for that kind of player. Why does everybody want Hilario Vega? I mean, he's all right. He's nothing special. Simone Manca, no. You can buy him off of me for... Except you can't because you're Magdeburg and you have no money, right? Yeah. Hello, is that part? I mean, that is a good point. End of contract. Is there anyone up? There's you, I suppose. No, he's not Turkmenistan. Or Turkmen. Turkmen is not Turkmen. The demonym is Turkmen, isn't it? Which makes it even more confusing when the name is literally Turkmen. Turkmen is not Turkmen, but yes, he is. It's clearly his name. Getting a good Turkmen player is nigh on impossible. I think the closest I've come... Oh no, that was Tajik. He was Tajik, I think. I have hit a reasonably good Tajik dude. And I think that was MTK. I think, actually, weirdly, some of the best Turkmen players you get are the ones you get towards the very start of a save. Because they're real players. And it feels like the real players that exist in the game of Turkmenistan are better than the regions that the country can support. There are Turkmen, but no Turkmen. Exactly. God, I almost want to just take him off this list. Get some Turk women. Yeah, from Turk women's stan. Got them in the end. Are you even listed for loan? Oh, he's actually not. Right, I'm just going to say him as unavailable for loan because it's just annoying me the number of bids we're getting on him. To the point where I almost want to, like, offer him out. Sorry, I always want to accept one just so I stop getting bids on him. Was it the end of last season that DeMarco kind of chefed a little bit? To be fair, everyone kind of chefed a little bit towards the end of last season. The way that we finished that year was absolutely insane. And it bodes well for us. Was it wildly enough? And I'm sorry that it didn't get the credit at the time. Oh, this is he. Oh, yeah, no, definitely. Because the thing about this guy is he's actually not got the... I mean, he's quite young, but that 12 composure is very mid. The other guy I would definitely push up. This guy might honestly be the kind of guy you could cash in on him. Or we should... Hang on, wait, this is a different team, isn't it? Oh, dag. Yeah, if they lose any games, it is completely unrealistic. You should be able to manage them for free. Right, so we're getting Axel Alvarez. In fact, he's just here. Which makes this a lot easier for me. He slots in there nicely. I keep forgetting we've got Fernie Chavera as well. So we do have another right back. The problem with him is he's just got no dribbling ability whatsoever. In fact, I would love to sell Fernie. But I don't know if there's going to be any... No. Should have asked the agent first, actually. I mean, Christ. Real Sociedad, looking to generate funds. Yeah. Velázquez, he might be. Knowing our luck, though, it'll be expiring just after the window shuts. Because that's just the luck that we have these days. So I have so many goddamn columns on the screen that even when I auto-size them, I still can't see them. Right, try again. Who's that? Oh, it's Barnecci, of course it is. Right, where is he? Velázquez. He is... I think he was a bit further away. Yeah, he's still 6 months away. Which, actually, the more I look at it, the more annoying that is. Because I'm pretty certain that that's after the end of the January window. Also, he hates big matches too, which is just tremendous. Because we're in July now. And that's like 6 months away on the status. So yeah, that's unfortunate. Because that's just the luck we have these days. If the league finished right now, we would be in trouble. If the league started right now, we'd be in trouble. We're just in trouble in general. Right, there's Nuno Lorenzo. Because how much have I got tied up on ins right now? So Watara, that's a freebie. Valverde is not worth a lot of money. And Nemeka Eze is £8.5 million, which means we do have a lot of money to go after someone like Nuno Lorenzo. Being able to rotate Dardan Carapici and Nuno Lorenzo would be quite fun, particularly as he is left-footed as well. Runs through the centre. A weird attribute to have for a wide player. Runs with ball often, which is good because he does have elite dribbling. He's very agile. His dribbling is world-class. How does he compare to Carapici? They're kind of different types of players, while still also being similar. Let me just try inverted winger and just see what they actually look like. Inverted winger. I assume it's attack. Lorenzo is better technically. First touch is slightly worse. Long shots are the same. Passing's better as well. Technique's better. It's weird actually that Carapici has better mentals than him. When you consider that... Actually, they're the same age. I keep thinking he's older. I quite like Nuno Lorenzo. 14th of Jan. Oh, really? Okay. Yeah, you're right, because then there's the whole awaiting paperwork. So there is a chance that we might be able to nab one more non-EU guy in January, potentially. I like Nuno Lorenzo as well. For £41 million, who's he wanted by? Middlesbrough, Sheffield United, Inter and Juve. Two very different sides of the coin there. Fuck it. 41. Let's treat ourselves. So for next season to leave. As always with these things, they could leave if there was an offer for them, but there isn't. And it's been quite tough shifting players that haven't got genuine interest in them right now. Luckily, we were able to shift the two Mexican guys because both of them actually had active interest because they are just so good. It's impossible not to be interested, I think. So we're filtering this by... I thought he was... I genuinely thought that Emil McAvoy was English twice then. He's super English. It's quite a good player, actually. Way too expensive and non-EU. Yeah, no, knowing our luck, he'll have hates big matches and then we're screwed. But oh well. In for a penny. God, Noah Winter is good too. But the thing is, he's not as good as the others. And he's much older. 120 caps for Liechtenstein is wild. Moto and G. He's a striker. He's going to be a really good striker one day. We've got Facundo Gomes. Not Gomes. He's Argentinian. Gomez. Jamba. Jamba is a first name I'm a huge fan of. Don't know about the player so much, though. I hear Pog's footsteps galumphing up the stairs. Let's see what she has to say. Hello, Pog. Welcome. Welcome to the stream. Introduce yourself. Who is your daddy and what does he do?
Do you know my daddy and what he does?
I can't even remember what movie. Kindergarten Cop.
It is Kindergarten Who's Daddy and what
Who is
does
your
he
daddy and what does he do? How's your day going? Having a nice, hard-working day?
Yeah.
Had your telephone call or something?
It was bad.
Oh yeah, Pog had her 1 month review today, chat.
No, I get scared.
Oh yeah. Pog's work number is now officially in my phone as Captain Pogwash 2, you'll be pleased to know.
Yeah, it is, yeah. It's going very well.
Tell chat what you've been up to and how nice they've been about you at work.
Everyone keeps saying really nice things, and no.
Why is she getting shy now?
Because I'm shy.
Because you're what? You weren't shy when I had the full camera set up in the bedroom. You weren't shy on that live stream. It's the Birmingham Shame. The Birmingham Shame sounds like the worst ice hockey team in the world.
You are horrendous.
So
what?
What did they say about you?
That I'm doing really well. And that they're happy that they hired me.
Good content.
Yeah.
Some terrific content. What's up? Try to use it. You need a Wii. Well, don't do that in here. Again, other live stream.
Can you not?
Can I not?
Because Willis is not coming to stream anymore.
Oh, she's threatening me. Agent Manny has a player. Good times. Yeah, exactly. Thank you for doing your job. Otherwise, you would be fired.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's the plan, Rob. If I annoy her enough, she'll punch me specifically in the back of my mouth here. I'm actually good. First time chatter. If you have any questions, you're more than welcome to answer them in chat. Ask them in chat, but I suspect this is a bot anyway, and I'm probably wasting my time. So let me just say this to you. Meep Morp Zeep. No offense, Zeep. I think we've handled that quite well there. It's always good when the name is very different to the name on the...
Bring on the Flugelkampfheimler!
Gel, thank you very much for the follow. You okay?
Yeah.
Yes? Okay, good. Get out of here!
I'm hungry and I've got no food.
You're hungry, we've got no food. Well, maybe if we fix the car later, we can go Tesco's. Those damn clankers. Ah, dear. This is where it's just a person being really earnest and I've just been incredibly rude. Wouldn't be the first time. Got to stand by. Account created today. I think I was on the right track. Funny words, I love you and other stuff. Yeah, we wouldn't say that. Like, that's how incredibly emasculating. Big Tesco's or small Tesco's? Big Tesco's, obviously. I'm not a crazy man. There you go. See, I got there first. This is how you handle online-ness. Oh, God. Okay, we need to do... Same interest in joining Juve. God damn, we've gone up in the world. No, Pog... Actually, funny you mention that. Pog still hasn't got her uniform for work, nor has she got her van, which is ironic because on Tuesday she quite literally went up to Brampton, which is where they keep them. But the van is still not working properly. So that's fun. Rub my tummy. I would never. Passenger Princess. Well, I won't be able to because obviously it's not a van that she'll be using for personal business. Important player, which I guess he would be. Is the wages, I think. He's going to ask for 200. Mate, you're being stupid. I'll tell you what, I'll give you a larger sell-on fee, but you're going to have to be a lot less silly than that. Might be able to move a little bit in there. And Pip, no, that's the other thing, which is why I suspect that she's likely to not have this van for very long anyway. He might just say no out of this. Mate, I can't give you that. You're silly. I'll give your agent loads of money if that helps. What about a 50% sell-on fee? Bro's having none of it. I'm not sure we're getting this guy. It's weird that we're not actually allowed to offer that much in wages still, considering... I guess this is because our wage structure is actually quite good for once. Oh, there we go. Do you know what? Fuck it. We have no match highest earner clause. I've been bent over a barrel as far as negotiations go today, and I don't like it. With Anderson. No, oh, for God, go away! This right here, by the way. You've got 4 years on your contract. This is why I don't offer new contracts to players, because all of a sudden, word gets around. Still getting 50%. Yeah. I should not have done that. Ah, dear. The camera, it may as well have been, Rob. I could have at least made some money back on it, right? Oh. See, Dennis is still a good egg. He'll just buy anything I sell him, right? At this point. Boom. Right, okay, cool. Box uniform on order. Naturally. 52 quid. Does that include like the... Oh, it does include everything. A scarf. Oh, it's like a cravat. Let's see actually who Manny got me. Because I still do not have a goalkeeper permanently. I just have a... I've used lone goalkeepers for like the last 3 weeks. Right, come on, Mano. Oh, my stadium upgrade is going to be done in a minute too. Right, okay. Come on. Anybody that's not shit. Or just like an upgraded contract. That'd be nice. Please don't be a core player. For God's sake. Actually, there's some good core players that are cheap. Man United, never mind. What the hell, 79-year-old? Oh, not Lenny Yoro again. His last 3 games. -1 point, 3 points, 1 point. Do you know it's going to be a no from me? Oh, dear. I am actually looking forward to it. I think it's going to be really cool that Harman are actually in there. They're playing... is it? Forgive my pronunciation. Jagiellonia Białystok? I think that's who they're playing. Still cool, though. Got Bruno. So my funds end up being benched. Oh. To be fair, yeah, not the worst decision. It's available outside the UK. Just not in every nation at the moment, anyway. Just got a leak. I don't think I've packed a goalkeeper a single time. Right now. I did win my matchup this weekend, though. Mostly because the guy had like 6 Liverpool players in his team. So he basically used almost his entire squad. Oh, no, he had like 6 Liverpool players, 3 Everton dudes, and then just like a goalkeeper. Mallory's good enough to be receiving bids from some reasonable teams, but he's probably one of those guys that's like a reasonable quality player if he'd actually been allowed to develop a little bit. 7 players in your team. Yeah, Pog got rid of a load of guys yesterday. I was like, you do realise you're going to need to actually get some players in the meantime. I'm trying to think who's been chefing for me lately. I haven't actually sorted my team out properly yet because I'm still over the budget for the moment. But, oh, for God's sake. Yeah, fix budget. I don't want to fix it right now. I want to look at my fucking team. Go away. Wait, is it not going to let me look at my team? There we go. Yeah, so Doku. Doku was a good signing. I got Wharton as well. Iwobi. I also got Pep Reindeers, which is good too. But Doku has been really useful, particularly since he's only 80 rated in game, which means that he doesn't have such a large contract fee. Getting players like that are, I think, absolutely crucial to games like Club. Getting those guys that are not super expensive on the contracts. Pinned is available for loan. Do you know, I'm probably going to give him a miss. I don't think I've actually seen him come up at any stage. Anderson, Mickey. Oh, I did have Mickey, but then I got rid of him. There was a reason why. It was to fit someone else in. Because I have both Caicedo and Enzo Fernandez, which worked out brilliantly for me at the weekend. I got him die for a little bit as well, but I don't think I ever used him. Oh, there's Conor Grabowski. It's not a lot of money, but we might just get him out of the way, I suppose. I don't even know who this guy is. Boateng. Yeah, I'm glad I only actually had Enzo for this week. Sorry, as in, it was the first week of me having him, and I was like, oh, you know, do I want 2 really expensive Chelsea midfielders? And then it turns out that, yes, actually I did. Peter Goetze. Whoa! my God. Not being funny, right? The problem is he hasn't got a left foot. He's very good, though. Peter Goetze. Could I pay... And the thing is, I think his wages are going to be the issue. Could I pay 71 million for Peter Goetze? And would that be the right decision when we actually have good players in that position already? He's quite good, though. Let's just see. We wouldn't be able to... Even if I moved it all to wage budget, which obviously I can't do in order to afford him, we wouldn't be able to afford his wages. 150 grand a week. It's crazy to me that Stuttgart have this lad on 170 grand a week already. Why is he unhappy? Probably new contract. Oh, he's not in the Champions League. Oh, they come 6th 2 years in a row. Wait, they never actually played in the Champions League in this. Their goalkeeper as well, by the way. Check this guy out. Oh. Take it from me. He's actually quite good. We've scouted this guy before. He was ridiculous. He's like getting caps of actually. Nah, he is really good. That's annoying. I don't hate that guy. I mean, how much money have we even got left? Still quite a lot. But we'll have a lot less of it once we get Mr. Lorenzo over the line. That's the problem. Now I've got 6 new loan players. Presumably one of those is Bayendir, like you were saying. Let me check. Mabry, Bayendir, Lewis, Udogi, Eza, Erdegaard. So I actually had Erdegaard. Oh, Habili's got a new contract. Dennis has got a new contract. Wait, who? Oh, that. Sure, you can have him on trial if you want. Great Fulham goalkeeper retired. Which one? Fulham had so many good goalkeepers. Yeah, it's not a good set of loans. It's crazy that it's Thursday as well. I keep thinking that it's earlier in the week. But actually, I do kind of... Is there a Friday game this week? Sharpie's meme player in Discord. Wait. Which... I must have missed this, Stewie. I also particularly enjoyed the tooth meme. Loan approach. Sure. Get him off the way. Oh, Ewan Payne. That was tremendous. Right, which reminds me. I shit you not, this is 100% true. And I didn't realise it until I was on the way to the appointment. Bear in mind, Saturday, emergency dental appointment. Guess what time my appointment was on Saturday? It forms the entire backbone of the joke. 2:30. Yes. My emergency dental appointment on Saturday was at 2:30. You can't make this shit... I mean, I think they do it deliberately, but my God. When I realised that I was having the best time... It was actually, honestly, at 2:30 on Saturday. Wild. Do you think they reserved that specifically for the emergency ones, for the memes? Ewan Payne, 2:30, sorted. England national. Oh, you mean he was at Spurs, right? 8 PM Fulham Bournemouth. Okay, so that gives a little bit less time. I actually did quite well in actual FPL this week as well, chat. You'll be pleased to know. I'm sure you're all on tender hooks about that. I actually had, mostly just because Holland got me an absolute shitload of points and I'd captained him. But I actually got some good points from elsewhere in the team too. And I benched a couple of Fulham players, which was probably the right decision, to be honest. And Nick Pope was getting me loads of points with Arsenal until they weren't. Struggling a little bit. Ooh, let's have a look. To be fair, you could get a goalie in that spot at least, even if it's just a loan, right? Actually, how much money do you have? Oh, I can't see your money on that screen. It's probably going to be another loan goalkeeper. I might end up having to loan Bayendir just to get a goalkeeper in. Because I'm not entirely sure what happens if you don't have a goalkeeper. Ewan Payne was an incredible one. That's it, your Nana. That was the guy. Nana Sumela wasn't his name, or something like that. Is that top? Really? Top of our league? Because I've only just... I think I'm like 100th in our league. Which is better than where I was. I was like 130th at one point. And I'm finally off the bottom of the Creators League. But hey, we're on match day 6, coming up to 7, and I'm still playing it. I honestly think that part of the reason I'm still interested in FPL is because of Club. Club has made me more interested in the fantasy element of FPL in general. I'm weirdly more interested in Club than I am in FPL. I think that's just because I really like the scoring system and how much it can fluctuate in individual matches. And I like the head-to-head element that it adds on top of that as well. 396 points. Bugger me. I think I'm at like 200 and... Let me just load FFM. That's a lot of points. You have 7k cash. Oh, holy shit. Yeah, fair enough. Where am I? 117th in our league with 282. Oh yeah, there you are.
Cooper, do not.
Got a few people fairly close to you,
I
though.
am familiar with over 600 dance moves, and I am programmed to get freaky.
28, that's pretty decent. I mean, I'm generally speaking quite poor at this anyway. Nicolaj, thank you very much for the follow. But I've had a couple of better weeks now. Do I want to loan you to Oxford United? I love the fact that their manager's called Maximus Bewick. Or I guess it would be Buick. Nah, I want to kind of keep Vincent Champion around a little bit this season. I might actually give him a game or two. Spartak Varna. Wait, how much money? I genuinely don't remember us even signing this dude. Oh, he's the guy we picked up from Clairefontaine. Why are they actually bidding on him with real money? Sure. Off you go to the mid-Bulgarians. IndyCar. How does that even work? Like, there's NASCAR Fantasy too, but I've never really understood how it works. I've never been particularly good at FPL. Like, the only time I ever really played it properly was during the 2021 season, I think it was. I have no goalkeeper on club currently, no. I've had loans for... Which stock car are you drafting? Well, if it's Daytona, all of them. In theory. So Santiago's in. Do you know what? I'm just glad to have him back in our grateful bosom, to be honest. It's nice to have him here. It's weird that he's considered to be... I guess he's kind of a right side. He can play on the wing as well. I mean, he can't because I can't register him, but it's just nice to have him around. He'll probably kick off when I can't register him, of course, but that's a different story. That's a problem for later, Matt. That's next season Matt's problem, and luckily, that Matt doesn't exist. I pass all my problems on to people that don't exist. Okay. I don't recall scheduling a friendly against this show. In fact, I clearly didn't because it's a Thursday friendly. Wait, what? Oh, wow. Okay, fair enough. It actually automatically turned them out. I'd like to see some upgrades to the way that the dev list works in 26 as well. And by that, I just simply mean that I like that it exists, but I think just a little bit more control over the way that it works would be really, really cool. But that's more just my selfish needs because of building a nation saves. Sven, as far as I can see, he has no current plans for retirement. He is only 33. And I think, didn't Sven have like reasonable natural fitness? Well, we all know he's naturally very fit. Ahmed Adam will sell you as well, because why the hell not? I'm just accepting bids for these players now, because what harm can it do? Transfers, yeah. Maybe we'll get that today, but I think you guys are right when you mentioned that tactics is probably the next thing that's like... Because if it is this much of a big deal, which I suspect if it's going to be moving to in and out of position, that surely means there's an entire overhaul of the way tactics work, right? Yes! Emeka Eze, £8.5 million. Fitness really bad. I don't know. This is where he's got like 7 natural fitness and somehow bro is just hanging about. I'd honestly be better off just searching for his name. That's not him. That's a Dutch man. Sven would never be caught dead being Dutch. No, he does have 15 natural fitness. Has no jumping reach at all. Velasquez development. Yeah, absolutely. Ooh. Oh, yeah. I mean, he's technically our most valuable player now. For Fashion Weeks, maybe. Is Sochaux Fashion Week a big thing? Had no idea. Right, let's have a look at this progress. He's gained 5 heading. That's actually insane. That's really unusual. I don't usually see heading go up. I like marking and positioning, fine. I'm expecting to see 3s and 4s on those. But heading? Did we have him on aerial training for quite a long time at one point? Yeah, I suspect this is probably where I took him off of it. But he went from literally 10 heading to 16. God damn. His dribbling also improved quite nicely too. Weirdly, his balance went down. I have no explanation for that. His mentals as well are freaking insane. Vision up by that. I mean, his concentration's improved. Man's finally got the meds he needed. Don't know if 25. Maybe. So you think that we might get the sort of completed package when it comes to transfer room. I can see that. If you sort of count like 25 as part of that development cycle, right? It's weird. It's like lost media, isn't it? The idea of 25 existing when somewhere out there it did for a little bit. And a Greek lower league, rebuild your custom database. Well, with the custom database that I use, I have every nation essentially available. So there isn't really a question of which ones to turn on because I just have them all set up essentially. Unless you mean like playable nations, in which case that's really down to personal preference, because essentially any nation you add at that point isn't going to add any more players to the game likely. It's more just going to provide you with like context and probably slow things down a little bit as well. Amika Ezer, for £8 million, I think that's a good piece of business. Just if nothing else, for a bit of depth. I swear I've registered Banal already. Valverde's Forest, we can't register him yet. Actually saved if I've not killed it. Yes. It certainly seems like that. But that does mean that they sort of don't have an excuse if this game isn't cooked. I mean cooked, chefed, I suppose. It's weird that cooked and chefed almost mean the exact opposites. Modern parlance is weird. It kind of has to be good. And not even just good, like, has to be fun. I'm okay. Yeah, absolutely. That should work. What that will mean, basically, is that you'll still get access to all of the other leagues as far as their players, because they'll still be generating regens and stuff in their academies and things like that. And obviously the players that they've got are loaded, so you can still interact with them. The only thing that it does limit sometimes is the transfer market can sometimes... You will notice that when you, for example... Also, we're playing in the Drake Stadium here. When you get to a certain level, a lot of your players will all be getting bids from the same clubs. It tends to mean that you're, for example, in this save, I just had a bid on a player from Oxford United in the Championship. That most likely wouldn't have happened if I didn't have actually England switched on. It feels like the higher rep European teams realistically are the only ones, or clubs in the nation of the player's nationality for some reason. I mean, not for some reason, for an obvious reason, but that's just the way that it seems to sort of make up for a little bit. Cesar Traore. So I sold him to Gangomp for... Jesus Christ, I really goofed there, didn't I? Sold it to Gangomp for 110 grand and they sold it to Brentford for 20 million in the game. True, but as in you can't wait 2 years for a blank foundation with little to no substance. The game that comes out has to be good and it has to be fun. As long as I can see potential in areas, then I'm fine with that. But it still needs to be playable now. Basically, they can't release something and then go, oh yeah, but you know, in coming cycles there'll be more stuff added in. Cool, but we're buying this now. International in February update, maybe. I mean, what you mean, like pre-World Cup, essentially, as like a sort of not DLC, but like as a more major update than perhaps what we're used to mid-cycle, right? I think there's just a lot of pressure for it to be good now. Not good now. It just needs to be fun. Ultimately, that's what it comes down to. The game just has to be fun. And hopefully, like, even if the UX, the new UI or whatever, takes some getting used to, if it's fun, it just doesn't matter as much, because we'll all have to learn new stuff anyway, right? But as long as the experience, once you do start to grasp it, is an enjoyable one, then I think it's one of those things where you're always going to get people that are going to be like, oh, I don't like the way this looks initially, because it's going to look different, as we can already tell. But provided once you get used to that, it's an enjoyable experience. I don't think there'll be too many issues with that, right? And then you can look at like, hey, this gives us all this extra like runway for growth in the future. So how much money have we got left? Because those guys haven't actually signed for us yet, have they? Oh, all right. We're going to have to keep... Oh, wait. Oh, no, it's because we've got an existing deal on the cards. So yeah, Lorenzo, when he joins us, we'll still have £80 million left. Bit less than that, because obviously we'll have some money to be playing. Of the top bar. Yeah. I am still worried about the bookmarks thing, though. That, for me, just feels like, oh, yes, please. Brentford make Carvalho offer. Are we in, like, the old universe? If Trevera could go to PSV for £20 million, that would be tremendy. We need to make an offer right now. You just said they would. Look to generate funds. Yeah, of course you are, lads. I'll offer him out for 20. No, what was it? 19 point. I'll offer him out for 19. I think it was 19 point something. But if they go for 19, I'd take it. Comes too much. Yeah, I think. Was Salford interested? That's great. It just needs to be... Oh, it's Jose Carvalho. Isn't that winger that we had? Did I say £4 million? Wow, he did not work out well at all, did he? We've been the San Jose Sharks. I'm just going to keep accepting these, honestly. Get him gone. I've said not. So I think what's most likely going to happen is that if you're an international manager in your save and you load it into 26, presumably it'll probably just have, like, I don't know, it just sacks you. Just like, I guess it will just strip that stuff out. I assume that if they're going to have it so that it's compatible, all those things that you cannot do in 26, which I think really is just the international management, will just get sort of stripped out of it, I guess. Scouting update. Ooh, Jimmy Larson of Fulham. There's another winger. There's a lot of wingers available. No. And then you just get kicked straight out of the game. Oh, that's that Nate. Wait, is that a different guy? Oh, no, that is him. We just know more about him now. Then there's Martin Evans. God, there's loads of Fulham players now. It's like it's Binyam to Des. 26. God, he turned into a really solid player. Spurs doing Spurs things? No, they would oh my God. I like how the top of the league is still relatively similar to how it would be in a save, like 5 years into a save, despite being 100 years into the future nearly. With the exception of Spurs, who, if anything, have been the opposite of Spursy in my save. Good Lord, this is... Look at West Ham in the middle of the table here. Just loads of goals conceded. Yeah, ECL but bottom is brilliant. Didn't we have, like, in this save, multiple seasons in a row where teams were getting relegated whilst winning European competitions? In England, obviously. I remember this guy. Pfaffenrott. Great name, very expensive footballer. Benfica. I guess these are the kind of clubs that we would have to be shopping at if we were to go after any of these guys. There's Rolf Nordahl. How is he only 70 million? He's kind of like a Binder kind of player. In fact, he's basically just Semir Binder. Although I think Binder's better. On the club. Yeah, exactly. They would never do that. It'd be unlike Spurs to underperform in the Premier League and then win a European trophy. Had a League 2 team qualify for Europe. How did they do that? Let me guess. I'm assuming like Carabao Cup? I saw Carabao in a shop the other day and I was actually surprised because I was convinced that it didn't exist outside of the Carabao Cup. Tom Pennington. That's a face in the game. Tom works for SI. See if we can get some information off of him. Oh, wait. Marco Aurelio. Not quite Marcus Aurelio. I don't really want to be signing Stoic players at this point. Rochdale. Oh, that's kind of cool, actually. Andres Espinoza. Ooh. It's rare that you see a player described as a natural roaming playmaker. Disappointment was immense. I've never tried it, honestly. I'm not a huge energy drink drinker. That's really hard to say. Try saying that when you've drunk a lot of things that aren't energy drinks. Although, there is a particular energy drink that they sell at Boots and also Morrison's, which is part of the reason why I went to Morrison's last week and then part of the reason why my car now misfires. It's called Rainstorm. It's actually bloody delicious. It's one of those, like, clean energy drinks. And I say that with the giantest of exclamation marks with air quotes. But regardless, it's bloody delicious. The kiwi one, kiwi and lime, I think it is or is it apple? It's fire. It was my little treat for myself after my dentist appointment on Saturday. Actually, we went into Boots because I needed to get some a water so I could take my pills, and they happened to have it in there, and I was just like a little giddy schoolgirl. It was brilliant. Are you drinking? Never. Fulham's most important Premier League moment. Probably the great escape that we pulled off under Roy Hodgson with Danny Murphy scoring that header away at Portsmouth. It goes under the radar a little bit due to some of the other great escapes we've seen over the years, like the Baggies and Leicester's one. But Fulham's great escape that season was pretty insane when you consider. I think we were literally one game away from being relegated with like 5 games to go or something. It was maybe not quite as close as that, but it was pretty ridiculous. I think weirdly, a lot of Fulham's most iconic moments in like the football zeitgeist that they're known for actually aren't Premier League related. Most of it's to do with that Europa League run. For example, the 4-1 against Juventus. Yes, Company where he sort of scoops it and it just goes straight over his head. Yeah, that was against Fulham. I think we lost that game still, but that was well known. And then there was the Juventus game. There was the Hamburg game, which is more known for the commentary line associated with it, which was the Hamburg will host the final, Fulham will play in it, which I just really enjoyed. Nothing like a bit of Peter Drury to cheer you up. Jesus Christ. Is your computer an absolute monster, Gordo? Lordy Lord. He chews with cheese. True. That Magat section was pretty iconic, if only for the wrong reasons. Oh no, don't do this. We're going to lose into winter, aren't we? Which is really annoying because I've put the bid in ages ago, offered him a contract. And Andrea Greco, sure, go on then, lad. Anyone who wants to leave, this is your chance. I'm running... Oh, God. Oh, did I not let him presume... Oh, well, decline. Patrick free kick. Wasn't that in the same time? Which is ironic, because we then went on to sign him, I think, as well. If that's Mladen Petric I'm thinking of. Any new players? 1 in progress, 2 near matches. I guess it's just looking for players all over, isn't it? It's good to know that Peter Götze actually came through this report, though, because I do like him. Willian's come back. Which one, though? The Kasami goal. Yes. The Kasami goal is fast becoming one of the most overrated, underrated goals of all time. And I say that as a Fulham fan who still maintains that it doesn't get the respect it deserves, but it does get talked about a lot in those categories now. Because it is a banger. Massively overshadowed Steve Sidwell's absolute rocket in that same game. He did this one on the edge of the... He just volleys it from the edge of the area in that same match. Probably one of the only good things that happened for Fulham that season was that game. I remember watching that game in my parents' living room and thinking, oh, you know what? This season we're actually going to be okay. We weren't. We very much would not. In fact, one of the most annoying Fulham memories I have is when we drew 2-2 with Hull City when we were 2-0 up. That, I think, was when I knew we were officially pretty much relegated. Are these still random young Italian lads? Cornell's going. The thing is, there is no way that anyone in this... We could I've done simulations with all leagues switched on for like 150 years where no team has even come close to spending that amount of money on one player. Like, not even... I don't think I've ever seen a team touch 300 million for a player. But the fact that Napoli have just... 300... If you missed this earlier, by the way, Napoli signed a guy from Manchester United for £343 million. Which is beyond... Yeah, it's crazy. I do need to get some more storage. I'm really running low on that too. I'm going to have to spec out an APC as well. Sure, I think he might be taken. Offers made for Wolf. No, stop it. We know Man United have got money at least. Actually, what is Man United's transfer budget this season? To be fair, they only have 90 left. I suppose it's because a lot of that money... Martin Kelly? How long has he been in charge? Oh, 3 years. Well, okay. He resigned as England manager after a run of bad results. England, bad results? Never. Yeah. I'm going to have to build that new PC. It's one of those things where I might do it during the beta period, potentially, because I want to see how 26 runs on this PC first. Because I do wonder if people are overestimating how much specs will actually be needed to run it. There is a difference between running something and streaming it, though. That is the thing. I'm convinced that based on the specs of the game, that it would definitely run on this PC. It's a question of whether I'd be able to stream the game on this PC without suffering performance issues. Who's going to mention that? A good question. I think... I don't know. But now would be the perfect time to find out. God, I wish that menu was working that would allow us to just look at the international managers. But no. That would be silly. Plamen, you can go as well. Everyone can leave. Carapicci's making person... To be fair, you're going to need to, bud. God, he's good. He is going to have he had a breakout season last year, but he's going to be breaking out even more, like hives. I also realised that when I was talking about teeth earlier, I just glossed over the fact that I spent a lot of yesterday at times watching Sabrina the Teenage Witch in the background. Basically, my sister sent me an Instagram reel with loads of like Salem's best bits, and I kind of went, yeah, that's going to be my background noise for the day. That show still holds up and it's still incredibly funny. They're to extend loans as Halloween. Is it? Sabrina the Teenage Carpenter, that's the one. And now I've immediately forgot. Oh, I was going to look at England, wasn't I? Javier Glump. No, not Javier. Winning the Europa. I don't know, actually. Let me check. Oh. Jonah Curtis is the current England manager. I hate it when it gets to the regen managers. Came through at Pompey as a manager, then Swansea, then Al Nassr, Villa, Bayer Leverkusen, Hoffenheim, and now England. He's a good manager. I think. Still, I feel like it's so good. Rough budget. This is the thing I don't know. I honestly don't know, because it just needs to be... It's one of these things where I obviously want it to... Then again, what I could do is just spec it out so that there's room for, like, improvement. Rather than spec it... Like, obviously it needs to be good enough to stream the game. But it doesn't have to be stupidly overpowered. Yeah, I don't know. Because I'm basically just going to get it on from PC Specialist. Normally I would buy the parts and then build it myself, but I can't afford to do that. So I'm going to have to probably get it from PC Specialist and then, yeah, go from there. Do you have a sponsor offers that pay for it? Yeah, no. I mean, I am working with a partner right now, but the money involved in things like that is not essentially the kind of level that can pay for a computer. Let's put it that way. Not at the level that I'm operating at. What am I doing? Oh, yeah. Why am I going on there? One sec, chat. I was going to show you Forest, wasn't I? Or what happened with Forest, in fact. And then I'll look at the U92. There we go. Yeah, chat, you are the sponsors. Kev McGivern, good name. So they don't appear... Oh, hang on. Yep, they did win the Conference League. In fact, they won that last year. So yes, they have in fact won a Conference League. They beat Basel in the final, which is... That actually kind of makes sense, because Basel are not the money team anymore, are they? Let's catch PC or give it to Pog. Probably give it to Pog. It just doesn't have enough oomph, basically. Pog needs a work machine that she can use. And we're going to turn the other corner of this office into Pog's little office corner. Yeah, mine's officially off the list. To be fair, it's been a couple of seasons since we actually had someone get on this list. Or rather, off this list. I like that they played the Conference League final in Antwerp's... No, it's not even Antwerp Stadium. It's just a stadium in Antwerp that was presumably built for some kind of Euros. I'm guessing. The Wilfried van Moor Arena. Europa League semi-finals final. Oh, you mean that the fixtures themselves? I can do it from here, I think. If I go back to 2042... Got them in the end. So yeah, Forest, well, they only narrowly beat Djurgården in the quarterfinals, and yet in the semis it was much, much more straightforward. Ironically, Mainz were one of the teams in the semis of that as well. 4-1 against Valencia, followed by a 2-1 win away from home, and then a 3-1 in the final, where they actually fell behind. Oh, Europa League, sorry, my bad. So Europa League... The fact that Man City... Oh, they... You're right, I didn't realise they got to the final of the Europa League as well. Yeah, so they lost to Manchester City in the Europa League final. So they won the Conference League, got to the Europa League final, the Southampton... No, who was it? Sheffield United that did it in this save. And then lost to Manchester City. Jesus Christ, look at this. The winners of the Europa League in this save have been crazy. Newcastle, Chelsea, Newcastle, Brighton. It was 4 years in a row of English teams. Man United, Fulham, Leeds, Newcastle, Man City. Lordy Lord. Wait, what? What have I missed? He does look a bit like... Is that Stefan Dillane? I can't remember his name. Bolton, they're not a team I've really seen much of. Let me do the actual lookups first. Wilfried van Moor. Oh, I see. Oh, so he's the guy that stadium's named after. Right, I get it now, yeah. Right, Leagues of Focus. We'll go in here and see who the managers are knocking about. Michel. Wait, wasn't Michel the guy that was Man United manager? Zan Hassan. I would not have gone Bulgarian with that name for some reason. Hey, he was at Spartak Varna at one point. And UFC Pro, thank you for the 15 months, my friend. Hope you're having a fabulous day. Malone there. Martin Patterson. Wait, is that the Martin Patterson? It is. Formerly of... Why do I recognise that name? I think I recognised him from Burnley. Watched Jetlag last night. Yes, I did. I was convinced for a second that the entire series of Jetlag was just going to be Sam and Toby actually getting to the win condition. But the fact that they've got planes involved now, just a really good episode. I'm just glad it's back. And with good people too. Martin Kelly, obviously, Dougie Imrie. Nick Montgomery's still at Sheffield United. He's been there for 6,000 days. That's mad. The fact that Nick Montgomery has managed nearly 1,000 matches in charge of Sheffield United in this save. He joined them in 26. He's been there for 17 years. That's probably more even than that Harrogate United guy. Oh, sorry, Harrogate Town. Has it just reset itself? I hate when it does that. This was Georgie Stacey. Oh, yeah, no. I just randomly stumbled onto Jetlag one day and then was really surprised when I immediately heard Sam's voice and went, hang on a minute, that's when Nova Productions music. And yeah, because I'd seen it come up on my YouTube recommended loads, but never quite understood what it was enough to actually click on it. And then I did, and I was like, oh my god, these are my people. This the exact type of show I want to spend time watching, you know? Right, so that's that. Championship is probably going to be a bit different. Zach Viner. He managed in France at one point, didn't he? Yes. He was the Khan man. Well, he wasn't there very long, Christ. You know it's bad when it's 2042 to 2042. I love his managerial path, though. Gillingham to Shamrock Rovers to Khan to Wolves. You think that's bad? Celtic's current manager in this save is a guy they nicked off of Dartford, which is mental to me. And he damn near got them relegated. Gary Isaac, A.D. Broadley, Shea Dunkley. Wait, didn't Dunkley play for Reading at one point? No, don't know why I thought he played for Reading. I'm trying to think where I recognise him from. Possibly Oxford, I think. Either way, that's cool. Maximus Buick, obviously. Joe Lumley, who's had a really weird... Because he was the guy that was doing great things with Welling all the way back in the day. And to be fair, he's worked his way right up. Jake Gray. Oh, why does it do this? Thomas Meckinnon. Is that a Finnish manager? It is. A Finnish manager at Bournemouth. Who went from Hamilton to Bournemouth. It's actually reset again. Bloody hell. God, just having that being not a thing in... wasn't Jesse... No, Jesse Lingard was Woking, I believe. Not Welling. Because Welling were doing really well, and Woking were... I think it was Woking that was Jesse Lingard. Also, there's this guy, August Nieland Ursol. I didn't pronounce that as arsehole. And maybe he is. Who knows? Hello, Nexander. I nearly read that as Phil and Dillips as well. Rico Lewis. Yeah, I keep switching around every time I find him. This is his first managerial job as well. It's going well. It's not going well. He's only managed 4 games in fairness, so he must have taken over right at the end of last season. But that doesn't bode well for Derby County this season. Morteza Karamzet. Yeah, he has to be Iranian, surely. Iranian English. He was Hartlepool Dunfermline. Love it. League One is where you generally get some really fun ones. Matt Phillips, that's definitely... Jordan Graham. Wait, did he play for Blackburn at one? No, I don't know why I thought that. He has no plans for the future. None at all. He's thinking about the moment, all right? Luke Ingram, Craig Sexton, Sammy Horncastle. Wow, he's got an insane rep. Wait, why does the Dorking managers rep? The Dorking manager has an incredibly large reputation, despite having only managed Dorking. Is that just because he's won loads of promotions, potentially? Coventry are sadly in a bit of the shit. Sadly. Mitch Garner. Not quite Mitch Marner. Otherwise, he would be managing Vegas and not Hartlepool. George Montgomery, another of them. Flynn Downs at Southend. Wait, didn't he used to play for Southend? Nope. Who was I thinking of? Was I thinking of Michael Kitely? Just Jen with a pro license. Apparently so. Got it in a cereal box, I heard. Every single one of my save files have gone, oh, mate, that sucks. I actually have I have 2 drives, and I back up my save files onto a separate drive because of this alone. Because I'm so paranoid about that happening. Jake Mitchell? He feels like an EastEnders character. Conor McGrandles is just a great name. Oh, he's a real player. Elgin, Peterhead, Blackburn, Ayr, and then Accrington. And he's wanted by Hamilton. Back to Scotland again with you. Right, one more. Ryan Bowman, Stuart Body. Stream Audio. I don't think anything's happened to Stream Audio. Chat would probably let me know very aggressively if it was, but I suppose you are part of chat, of course. Marco Kane McKevitt. That's a tremendous name. Who? Oh, that's fun. This guy managed Dunipace in the West of Scotland 4th Division, then Drogheda United, and then Swindon. Somehow. Wait, Sean Longstaff is at Peterborough. You'll love to see it. Marshall Colback, great name as well. Derry John Murk. It's a real guy. Wait. Oh, so he wasn't even a... He starts as a player at Volendam in this save, I think. Or is it Schalke? Schalke, I think. But there he is. He's the manager of Maidstone United. Miles Williams. Finn Back. Ali Al-Mari. Good name. A Qatari manager of Sheffield Wednesday in League 2. Where are Coventry City? I feel like I haven't seen them at all. Cameron Brannigan, didn't he just play for Fulham? Nope. Oh, it was the Liverpool guy. I was thinking of... there was a Fulham guy who had a very similar name. Dalmar Bilson, Jordan Ling. When you get to this stage, it's mostly regen guys for some reason. Rushian Dunkley. Alfie Devine. There's one. Formerly of Spurs. And now it's reset. Gary McAllister. Real person, not the same Gary McAllister, famously. Christian Story. Still no Coventry. I think Coventry, we must have missed Coventry. There's no way they're not in... They have to be around. There's no way they're further down than this. Mick Saki. Good. Ziad... Ooh. Saudi. Keanu Dyer. Alan Smith. Probably not that guy somehow. Kwame Greenher. Sammy Lancashire. Seth Eels. He'd be fitting perfectly around these parts. Dane Scarlett. There you go. Dane Scarlett is managing Barrow. I guess some of these guys have just retired over the last couple of seasons and as a result are going into their first managerial job. So you might see a few guys like Dexter Snedden and Quinn Lumsden. God, why do they all sound so posh down here? Charlie Struther. Tanatswa. Oh, that maybe could be... Oh, Zimbabwe and Welsh. Oh, amazing combination. Finley Crossadare. Darcy Matheson. Tyler Dickinson. Darcy Matheson is tremendous. Oh, it's his first job as well. Love to see it. Diego Simeone since he left Spores. Spores? Spores. You want... Cover your face. Oh, he's retired. Oh, that's nice. Oh, no, that's his playing career, Matt. So yeah, he left Spurs after 12 years at the club, and that was the final year. He was 73, in fairness. Even he could no longer expect that from his players. Which I don't blame him, really. He was there for quite a while, which, in FM, I find that with managers at the top level in these types of saves, they're either there for like a really long period of time, or, no, it's his first job. Or they're there for like 1 year. I am still amazed to see, though, that Nick Montgomery has been managing Sheffield United in this save for 17 years. Any good ones? So we're in the process of getting one potentially done at the moment, in fact. But so far, we've brought in Axel Alvarez on loan from Barcelona, who I just think is a really good option for us at centre-back because he's an absolute beanpole of a man who is going to be absolutely lethal from corners. And he loves a big match. Can't go wrong with that. We also got Amika Eze from Atalanta for £8 million because his attributes are just way better than his player value was. And we also got Santiago Valverde because bringing him back seems like fun. But we're in the process, in theory, unless he chooses somewhere else, of signing a guy for £41 million from Wolves. But, in fact, it's this guy here, Nuno Lorenzo. The issue at the moment is we bid on him like weeks ago, agreed the contract weeks ago, but he's refusing to like actually sign the ting. And now we've got teams like Juve and Inter bidding on him. So it's up in the air as to whether he actually signs for us or not. Which is really annoying because they waited like 10 days after we'd already sorted the contract with him and then they put the bids in. Because for 41 million, I think he would be a really good asset to us. Particularly if Darko Rezic was to leave. And even if he doesn't, honestly. Like, he'll just get pushed further down the pecking order. At least we'll have a shitload of depth. Because being able to rotate between Lorenzo and Carapici. Well, no, it is Darko Carapici, isn't it? Oh, Tristan. What are you doing to me? So Soaring Stream, I was kind of hoping that was going to be one we could do. College Internet's making it possible to download FM24. Oh, really? That's super weird. Have you considered, like, I don't know what country you're based in, of course, but maybe trying to go to, like, a coffee shop or something? I know that, like, the Wi-Fi will be absolute gash there as well, but maybe you might have better luck, even if it takes forever and you can only do it in bits, maybe trying to use coffee shop Wi-Fi or something? I'm trying to think what other solutions there are. I know you can get, like... No, you don't want to download it over data. That'd be terrible. You could wireless hotspot your phone. Naturally centre-back and striker. The Harry Maguire role. Yes. So this is the last season of the save. We expect that there will be a little gap, but obviously after the save finishes, we will still have the looking forward stream. And then either I'll do a couple of one-offs, or depending on what things are like at the time, I might just take a couple of days to get things ready to go for the beta. Well, at least you don't have to use... At least you don't have to be connected to the internet to play FM, right? You can use it, as far as I know anyway, in, like, not even offline mode, but it's not one of those games that constantly has to be connected to the internet, is it? Imagine if that was part of 26. They were like, sorry, the ad boards are now all dynamic, actually. So Greco's going alone to Borg Peronas. Yeah, hotspotting is probably your best bet, but the thing is that it's quite a big download, isn't it? Depending on how much data you've got to spare, I guess. That reminds me, I still need to sort out my my phone contract, because I'm paying way too much for my phone. It was only a week and a half ago that I finally changed my address on my bank. Because I finally got the mobile app. Because for some reason with my bank, you can only change your address on the mobile app or in the branch. You can't do it on their website. Because, it's only 2025 after all. It'd be stupid for me to be able to do that on their website. No. Whereas with Pog, it's the exact opposite. She wasn't allowed to do it on her phone. She had to do it on the website. Download, update face packs and logo packs. Yeah. And also there's a case of diminishing returns, I suppose, at a certain point. I think everyone just kind of wants the new game to be here. Yes! Lovely. We are getting the man from Wolves, which actually ties into what Andy was saying, just because Andy's a Wolves fan. How much did Wolves pay for this guy? £29 million. Wow, that's not actually that good. The fact that Wolves only make like a £10 million profit on this guy. I mean, actually, I suppose it's not bad for one season, is it? But I think they would have liked to have had... I think it's just a really shit release clause that they put on him. And that's their fault. A second looking forward. I'm not opposed to it, honestly. They always do tend to pop off. Cassette and took... Back in my day, video games used to come on wax cylinders, Rob. At least Wolves have got some money to spend now, Andy. Courtesy of us. The kind charity known as Sochaux. That contract is absolutely heinous, isn't it? Normal Matt would actually cringe at that contract. And I still kind of do, because he did kind of bend us over a barrel. That I just love that he chose to join us. Instead of Inter and Juve. Then again, did they even actually get to the point of accepting those contracts? Either way, Nuno Lorenzo's in. And he's like top 6 or 7 players at the club. Amazing. Right, what does that do to our budgets? Obviously, the transfer budget is going to take a bit of a knocking here, as we're going to have to try and... Oh my god. Oh my... Right, hang on one sec. Shitting hell. I think in a minute... Is there someone else being negotiated? Okay, that's a little bit concerning. Why can't I move any of my wage budget over? FM teaser tweet. Oh, really? Do tell. Suppose... Dodge and I see you've played Oregon Trail as well. Oh, good name. It always jars me whenever you send me screenshots and I see the player values on them. That's wild. Using home Wi-Fi. So I take it you can't do hotspots. From tactic news. Oh, I see. That's cool. Well, at least we know what it is then. Stay tuned to find out more. See if I can find out more. Okay. I ain't saying no. Let's just keep streaming, shall we? Hadrian, I think you may have come at the right time. Oh, fuck, no! Cool. Definitely needed our secondary striker that was replacing the first striker to... Oh, God. Right then. Do we go and sign that other guy that I was looking at before then? That is really bad. Good thing we were in it. I mean... There was another striker I was looking at, but I was like, oh, we don't need him. He was like the guy that I was comparing to... Fuck. I was comparing him to Binder. But I can't remember who he was. Because I was saying, oh, well, this guy can play as a number 10. Problem is, I don't know if I'm even allowed to at the moment. Because the problem is, I can't offer any more wages across onto this side of thing yet. Right. Broken his lower leg in a training session. The game's a pussy because it won't tell us who's broken his leg. Pitchside manager. I've never heard of that, actually. What's the board's reason? Reason for what? God damn it, man. Now Twitch is letting me scroll up chat. Oh, yeah. Who did Fulham play up front? I mean, hopefully Jonas Kusi-Asare. FFP capped on wages? Oh, it doesn't tell you whether they were... As it doesn't tell you anything. It's just, like... That's just... It's high enough already. Sorry, you're right. There is actually a reason. That's fun. We could ask them for more wage budget, given that we have 130 million in the bank. They might give it to us instead. That might be the only choice we've got here, actually. Or not. I'll be furious. Imagine if it was just taken out. Okay. Yeah, I can't remember who the player is, though. I genuinely can't remember the guy's name. That's not good. No, because we don't have any... sometimes they won't let you do it when you're actually in the middle of negotiating a contract, but all of our contracts that we're, like, trying to bring in, at least, have now gone off the board. Rewind your own stream. I don't know. Did I shortlist him, or was it Goetze that I shortlisted? I'm not sure it matters, because if he is on this list, then he's no longer... Who did I shortlist? There's Menno. I did actually want to sign Menno Prinz, in fairness. And I may still do so, because he's absolutely wild. But he's definitely not who I was talking about. Yeah, keep an eye on that one for me, Stu, if you could. Christ, why can I not remember who it was? Because at the moment, we're heading into the season without a strike. I mean, I guess you just play Karapici through the middle. And that has to do. Because Barnecchia will be back for the start of the season. Well, he'll certainly be back pretty quickly. The problem is we no longer have anybody to rotate, and Greek Boost is going to be out until, what, January, February at this rate? Even with, like, the specialist and whatnot. Oh, Eric's making good development. Nice. Oh, he's going to be very usable. Whoa, look at that value. Hates training, though, which is a bit sad. Ask Doff. The Doff won't know. I'm trying to remember who the player was, because there was a guy we identified earlier today on stream who I basically said, oh, we don't need him because we already have Binder and we already have Barnecchia and Greek Boost. But I can't for the life of me remember who it was. Plus, at this stage, the Doffs are kind of useless. Particularly as I suspect the wage budget thing might actually hamper us even more. Let's just see. All roles. No, it's none of those guys. Their wages are quite low. It's fine. We all have all of these players that we remember from the past. Did I scout him? I don't know. I have no idea what stage of the stream it was. It was earlier than currently. It was in the past. We've narrowed it down to being in the past. The German guy. No, I think the German guy... Oh, it wasn't the German guy, was it? No, surely. Oh, was it Nordal? It could have been Nordal, yes. Yeah, it wasn't the German guy. I mean, the German guy's great. It was Nordal, wasn't it? I don't know if he's quick enough. Yeah, he's more of a CM than an AM for what we want. Like, we want the kind of retrained striker dudes rather than the retrained CM kind of... This guy would be an amazing CM, but Binder's already very good in that position. Yeah, low quickness, low work rate. Like, as a Binder type of player, he's fantastic. But he's not the kind of AMCs that we need at this club. If anything, Karapici in AMC would be more preferable because he's at least pacey as all hell. How long is Barnett going to be out for, actually? Let me see. Well, look at me going to the medical centre. I mean, the current injury thing here is always a lie anyway. Expected to be returning on the 12th of August, so it'll actually be more like a couple of weeks after that. So apparently... Jose Garcia. Where did Jose go? Because he was chefing, wasn't he? Didn't he have, like, insane speed? Oh my god, Jeff. Thank you so much. I'm going to press the right button this time, too. Holy shit. Gordo, if you could put that somewhere where I can get to it, that'd be fantastic. Just so I can have a little look and see how it compares to what I currently have. Because I'm going to do 0% finance anyway. So I want to try and keep the monthly payments as low as possible, obviously, but spreading it over time. Jeff, thank you so much for that. That is very, very kind of you, my friend. I'm very, very grateful. And that's very unnecessary, though, but I do appreciate it. Oh, he's at Arsenal now. Fuck. We're getting there, Jeff. Slowly but surely, yeah, he's playing for Arsenal. Yeah, no, he's not a reliable... Oh, God, he's so good. I really wish we'd played him more. He's way better than Raul. God damn. I kind of like the fact that we were wrong about some of the guys that we had at Tenerife, because some of the guys that I didn't expect to become really good have become really good, and some of them that I was like dead set on them being worldies have become proper mid. Except for like Albert and Barla. That guy's just goated. Yeah. He's one of the few players that's actually benefited from quickness. I wonder if he just has insane PA. Because I have noticed that in the past, players that have got insane PA are the ones that seem to be able to benefit from training focuses that you wouldn't normally... Oh, my life. Wouldn't normally see benefits from. See something cool? Absolutely. That's very cool. This is even cooler. Firstly, the fact that you've had winners that aren't you. But the fact that you had an all-Maltese final is absolutely insane. And that's the fact that's the Champions League. I'd settle for that in like the Conference League, which we did do once, I think, with Hungary? What are your predictions for the Jets this year? Like, because, I mean, do you think they're going to be like President's Trophy, or is it a kind of more return to the norm, return to the mean type of situation for the Jets? Oh, I didn't look up Coventry. Find out more. Yeah, I mean, the question is, when does it drop? Because clearly they're dropping something. Hopefully it's 2. Yeah, I think in Hungary we had a couple of, or at least one anyway, all Hungarian finals. I don't think that ever happened in Malta. Overclock. Whoa, what's this? Yeah, again, though, Gordo, I can't afford to buy the parts up front, and thus it's sending me the actual parts themselves as far as links is not going to be essentially very fruitful for me, because like I said, I'm going to be building it through PC Specialist and doing it on finance, as that's the only way I can actually afford to make the computer happen. All good. Send it to me on Discord. It's probably better in this situation. Like, believe me, I wish I could afford to build it up front, because then I would just like go out and buy the parts myself slowly over time like I was doing before. That's how I built this back in the day. You can get some crazy good deals doing that. Right. Oh, God, that striker thing is absolutely irked me. Right, what was I even saying? My brain's gone completely blank. Oh, I can't Twitch, let me scroll! Please! There we go. Oh yeah, Jets, that's right, yeah. Many same team. I think the only real miss is going to be Ehlers, right? Which is a fair old miss, I would say. Because to me, I get the feeling that the Jets might slip from top to third in our division. CPU. The CPU is a Ryzen 7 3700X, and the GPU is a 970. Which is the biggest bottleneck here on this PC. The rest of the PC is actually okay, but the GPU is completely cooked. Because the GPU was the one part I didn't upgrade. Because I'd got a new... It was one of those situations where everything sort of ends up out of whack with itself. I'll just leave those as they are, I think. Oh no, we'll put more into continental competitions, because might help, right? It's... Oh, Spartak Varna. Peter Gertz, he's unhappy, but until they drop the price down more, it'll be fine. I can't, though. Because I'd have to upgrade the motherboard possibly. I'd also have to upgrade the PSU. Basically, in order to upgrade the GPU, almost all the other components would have to come with it, and there at that point means I might as well just be building a new PC. If it was as simple as me just putting a new GPU in it, I would have done that ages ago, but there isn't enough capacity on the power unit to actually allow me to do that. That's the issue, basically. If it was just as simple as a new GPU, that would actually be great. But that's when I got to the point where I was like, I'm looking at all this going, do you know what, at this point I might as well just be building a new PC because the costs were going to come out largely the same. It's because my old PC had an even worse GPU, but then my friend sold me that 970 like 6-7 years ago for like 50 quid, which was a really good deal at the time. But that meant that part was a lot newer than the rest of the PC, so when it came to make this one, I was like, well, I don't need to upgrade that at the time because it was a lot newer, and so now it's switched the other way, basically. Yeah, I can hand it down to Pog, exactly. Still got some RAM knocking about in a drawer somewhere. Ooh, who's this guy? Oh, he's Spanish. What about Juan Leguizamon? Wanted by presumably one of the out. Oh, Liverpool on a free. My worry is that his wages will be too high, but you can't really say no. Oh, not for that price you can't. In you come. Just for depth. Yeah, but if you wanted like 100 grand a week in wages, we wouldn't be able to offer it. My concern is that the board might not let me offer him even this wage. That's what worries me. Okay, they will. That's fine. Lovely. Okay, that'd just be a nice little option for us to have.
This is utterly beyond belief. What is going on here?
A dentist joke to go with the PC fund contribution. Did you hear about the Buddhist monk who refused anesthetic during his extraction? He wanted to transcend dental medication.
Very solid. Very, very solid work, Baptist. Thank you very much for the £5 as well. That's incredibly kind of you. That scared the shit out of me. That felt louder than normal for some reason. Mario goes, don't believe so. This Minji guy actually did really well against us. I love that. An American Myanmar international. It's just a really cool combination of players. Players? Nationalities. Pintos is a Fulham guy, but he's Uruguayan, Brazilian. This guy's come up loads. Under 1700k. That's not too bad. No registration limits. There is a limit, but it's really, really high. The only real registration limit we have in League 1 is the number of non-EU players that we've got to register, and that's what the biggest bottleneck has been for us. And the reason we haven't been able to splash out more, basically. I think there is actually technically a player limit, but it's like so large that you'll never hit it unless you're building a nation. 99 players. And I do have 58 of them registered, in fairness. MLS is great for just random nationalities. Yeah, Bay's still cooking. He was trying to leave at one point, but it seems like he's kind of just knuckled under again. One more year left on his he's still really decent. Yeah, I think if we'd gone to Germany, but like the time, there just wasn't a job in Germany that really suited us, as far as I know. But yeah, Germany definitely would have been an easier task because there's basically no rules at all in Germany. Yeah, mites have gone as well now, of course. So yeah, can you see a managerial history? You can. Well, they don't even have that many. Dorival Jr. was there for 7 years. Then they had 2 years of Tiago Carpini, 2 years of Fabio Carilla, Wagner Mancini, who retired after being there for a year and a half. Jair Ventura resigned after literally 6 months at the helm. He had an 80% win rate as well. Oh wait, that's actually not as good as I thought. God. I guess they're playing mostly Brazil not won a lot here. Thiago Nunes 60%. That's pretty bad actually for Brazil manager. 60% for Juan de Almeida as well. And Antonio de Oliveira, who's been there for a little bit longer, 67% win rate. But Brazil have not won a lot in this save, have they? They won the Copa America. Yeah, that is Copa America. They won it. Yeah, so this guy won them the World Cup and a Copa America, and then since then, they've won nothing at all. Might be a real player. Oh, I can't click him. He's so that means he's retired, but he wasn't important enough for the game to remember who he was. It's weird that they've gone for mostly domestic guys. Are any of these guys bloody clickable? Yeah, only their current manager is even clickable. And he has just been like a... Oh no, he did manage Benfica B for a bit. Nothing new. That's surprising, actually. I just assumed when they tweeted that it was going to be a 201 type of situation. Let's see. Yeah, I can only see the normal post. Weird. Yeah, now they would wait deliberately until the second I stop streaming. It's the rules. Yeah, I guess I just figured that 1:45 made me think that it was going to be 2. Just because, do you know what I mean? It'd be a bit weird to... Like, you'd think that you'd tease it on the hour if it was going to be like an hour later or something. It felt weird to me to tease it at 1:45 for not a 2 o'clock drop, I guess. That being said, I think the only time they did a 2 o'clock drop... Have they even done any 2 o'clock drops? Most of the time they've been like 3 or 4, haven't they? 3 p.m. kickoff time? I guess so, yeah. Walks through his video. Kev is a machine. It's impressive. Off you go then, bud. No, if we lose them to Nantes, I'll be super annoyed. I don't want them getting any better. Garnier making pleasing progress. Excellent. Yeah, that was forced by the Chinese league, but even that was still close to like... What, like half to that one? Should have the appetizer wrong in it, yeah. Now we're going to be waiting forever for our food to come out. This is important, chat, that we do not fill up on bread. Yeah, that Chinese one was... Because it was like... It was weird because it was leaked by them, wasn't it? But it was leaked through their Chinese, like, accounts. That was what was so confusing about that one. I think that was just what looked to be like some kind of internal miscommunication. Get some more butter. Oh, mate, I had some lovely butter and bread last night. Just, you know when you're just in the mood to just eat some, like, a crusty white bloomer loaf with some nice, like, cold but still spreadable butter on it? There's just nothing better. Watched a bit of that. Bit of High Potential. Dreamboat. Becoming dinner and a half in it. That's the other problem, because we haven't been able to use the car this week. Like, Pog had to get the train up to Huntington, and now we're like, can we do the big shop? But hopefully after stream, I'll try that thing with the car that I've been meaning to test, and hopefully that'll fix it. And then we can go do the big shop, and we won't have to pay for a mechanic tomorrow. So that's a nice little... That'd be a good way to turn the day around. Not that the day's been bad. Wow, we only beat them 1-0. Concerning. Also, did I put Jonty in the correct squad? I mean, not that we're going to be able to use him that much, but there is an opportunity, potentially, that Jonty Sewell... That's Jonty Sewell. That's a Patreon region. We know... Jonty Baldy, wasn't it? It was Baldy. Not Bladdy. Not Baddie. God damn it, Matt. Type with words. Clover Pit. That rings a bell. I feel like I might have seen Northern Lion play that. I honestly think that Jonty might be the best bet for that role. He's fast-ish. He's got good striker attributes. He legit might end up being the guy. At least temporarily. Noni makes it a moot point. Not really, because we've got a non-EU slot that we haven't really settled on who's actually going to play in that slot yet. And it's like, do I want a third choice player for the left-hand side, or do I want a guy who's going to be the striker for us for a little while because we have no other choice? Dylan Soler, I don't even know who that is. Big Crush, Slot Machine, Balatro. Good lord, that's so many different things that I actually played Balatro for the first time in ages last week. And I was like, yes. This is... It'd been like a year. I hadn't played Balatro since we moved here, and yet I don't know why. I'd forgotten how good it was. Oh, he's 100% going to be going to Al Ittihad, isn't he? On an absolutely absurd amount of money. But at least we put a bid in. Like, if you don't ask, you don't get. We've played our hand. God, how many games... Oh, shit. Wait, why has my assistant put a fucking testimonial in midweek before a league game? Can I cancel that? Because that ain't going to be a testimonial for one of our players, is it? Like, realistically. Oh, right. Okay. Who am I putting into the squad? Why is Rezic not in the squad? So Alvarez is in. Rezic is in. Why was he not in? Aslan's in. I guess it's... Oh, he went on loan, didn't he? Champion is in. Vega's in. Yurikov's in. These people may as well be in, since there's no reason for them not to be in. I'm going to put Baldy in at the expense of Bernal. Oh, God, he's so good, though. It's annoying that he can't play in that role. Why is he unhappy? Oh, wanted that agreed playing time. Yeah, he's actually a bit special, isn't he? I might just risk it with Carapici. Because Jonty is a good player, but his Nonny Eunice is a bit of an issue. I thought maybe we could get away with it. But no. Right, I've completely... Oh, yeah, I was going to try and cancel that testimonial. Yeah, that isn't one of our players, is it? Can I cancel that? Sorry, lads, I've just cancelled your testimonial. Lorient are going to hate me. That's 2 years in a row I've screwed them in some manner. Heads up about Baldy. Wait. I'll just promise that he's going to be in the finalised squad. They don't have the squad status to complain about it yet. Like, maybe Jonty... But then again, Jonty's the kind of guy I could bring in once Velasquez is no longer counted, but obviously it wouldn't matter by that point because in theory we'll have both of the other two back. Yeah, so last season I basically massively affected Lorient's season by recalling our goalkeeper from them, which was the right choice because he was absolutely unbelievable. Watch him have an absolute dog shit season now after all that. We've still got a bit more money to play with because at least still early in the window. And how much money do we have left? Still like 70 million, right? 70 million and a little bit on the wages, although not a lot. Particularly if we sign Leguizamo or whatever his guy. Wouldn't make capacity. The biggest thing was debating whether to put Jonty Baldy in the squad. Freiburg make a loan off of a champion. Ooh. It's not a lot of cash though, lads. Like if you're going to give me his full wage and maybe like 100 grand a month, maybe I'll be interested. Oh, okay. The John Leguizamo guy. Yeah, actually, to be fair, £1.1 million means nothing to me, whereas having Champion around could be a useful player in rotation options this season, so maybe it'd be better to just keep him around. Well, Salford, they have played in the Prem before in this save. It didn't go well for them. Funniest challenge you've ever tried. I don't know. It depends on how you define funny, I suppose, right? It's not generally a criteria that I use to decide my saves. I use it more to decide my signings within said saves. Hence Dick Monster. Wait, did we sign Dick Monster or not? I forgot. Yes, we did. Okay. I wasn't sure if we'd actually managed to sign him or not, or whether we'd just laughed at him and then moved on with our life. Stevenage save with only Steves. Okay, that I like. What other clubs could you do that with? That's his name. That is just his name. Don't take it up with him, or rather take it up with his parents. It's not like he decided his own name. Unless he did. Maybe he changed it by whatever the Dutch version of Depol is. St. Johnston, you could... What, you can only sign John Stones? Makes sense. I know, $17 million a year. Crazy. Gerrard a coach. Yes, Gerrard was a manager, in fact. He managed Salford City in this save, in fact. But when managers reach a certain age, they tend to randomly move into other coaching roles in FM. Oh, Lord. There's actually quite a few. Makes you wonder what on earth contract McDavid's going to get if Kaprizov is getting 17 mil. But regardless, Fran, you typed it in my chat and it wasn't, you weren't atting anybody, and I do not apologise for giving you correct information that might be interesting to someone. What about Barrow, but you can only sign wheel players and no regens? Team... Yeah, that's fine. Sadiq, off you go, lads. Boo. Boo and hiss. Salem or Drell? You'd have to have Salem, because if you had Drell, you wouldn't be able to stare at his mole. Always barging into our conversations. Argentinian side called Raphael. There you go, see? £2 million to Brentford for Jose Carvalho. That is a really good piece of business for Brentford. I hate to say it. Eurocoff's rejected a loan. Lille in financial crisis. Tremendous. All transfer funding has been withdrawn. Administrators have indicated they will Consider reasonable offers for any of their club's players. Amazing. So who do we like at Lille? France is having a bad time. Yet £500 million of debt at Lille. This is what happens when you get Tom Muller. Okay, right. Who's their best player? Their balance is negative 220 million, and their net debt is 600 million pounds. Oh, right. Okay, well, immediately getting team reports on all of them. Prioritising these, of course. I'll do the under-19s as well, but we're looking for first teamers here. Luckily, Lille are so good. He doesn't have the speed. Him in his youth would have been perfect, because look how good he is. Actually, this is what Lille players can I already see the stats of? Very few. Gaston Marza. Have you got any AMs, Lille? Just out of interest. Asking for a friend. The friend is me. Tonino. He's on loan, though. Not that good. Flipping January. I just don't think it would make any difference. Tom Muller. We could imagine us getting Tom Muller. Where is Tom Muller? Oh, he's down there. I'm not sure he's quick enough. And his wage, I think, would be the issue. How have Lille managed that? If he was just a bit faster, like 15 on both, then I'd be intrigued. I think his wages would be too much. Oh, he's got no interest in joining us at all. Financial muscle to get closer to his demands. Brother, this is why Lille are in this sort of trouble. Anyone else that's like an AM? There's Hannah Waddington. Reasonable player, but too young. We need like a 26-year-old, 27-year-old type of vibe. Like, I was hoping he'd be better than that. Oh yeah, they've definitely overspent their means for sure. Puras. Hugo Puras. 25 years old. Still worth quite a lot of money, annoyingly. And he's already under a bid for loans. I was going to say, if we're talking about financial muscle, their club has never been to a gym. Yeah, that's actually kind of annoying. They don't have a very big squad, do they? I guess it's because they've probably been busy selling them all. Watch this guy be the... Oh, thank God for that. I was kind of hoping... Imagine if that was the perfect AMC that they just sold to Tenerife. Yeah, let's do the team report. Let me just make sure I prioritise that. Just so we can get a better idea in case there is any random players that we just completely ignored. Team report priorities. Nope, wrong one. They do have a good academy, but the problem is it's not going to be academy players that are going to move the needle for. And then again, we could be setting the club up for the future. But with the fact that we've got limited wage budget available to us, despite our enormous transfer budget, I was kind of hoping we'd see... Oh, no longer concerned about his playing time. Awesome. I'm glad you've changed your mind after not playing at all. Great work, lad. Keep it up. Big Chief. I love that this is the second time in this save this has happened. And look what happened with Nice last time. Like, when this exact same fate befell Nice, they dropped from being a Champions League team to being a literal second-tier team who are, like, mid as hell. I bet you they'll be better this year. I bet they're one of the favourites for promotion this year. Jesus Christ, they're not even one of the favourites. I mean, they are, but, like, not as much as you'd think they should be. What are you doing, Stephanie's? The Nice can be bought. Not really. I mean, it might just be that he's lacked the opportunity to develop. But if I recall, he hasn't really... We haven't seen much. I don't think he's been here long enough, in fairness. He's probably still like 17. Offering a bit more money, but I don't think I'd rather just keep Vincent around. I kind of want to give our £1 player a couple of games this year. More varied stadium. Yeah, it certainly looks like it. Now that we saw more stuff with the lower league matches, or like matches outside of the top flight, it does look like there's more variation in it, and that is at least going to be interesting. Now, I want to see what matches look like when they're playing on sand and clay, or whether that's even a possibility still. I want to see what weather effects look like. You know, how's it look in the rain? How's it look in the snow? That's going to be important. Not important, but like a nice thing, right? Thank you, Gordo. So I didn't even mention this, actually, chat. My latest hyperfixation, or thing I'm like going, ooh, golf. On Sunday, in my absolute fugue state, I got bored of the Arsenal-Newcastle game, so I turned on the Ryder Cup. and quite enjoyed that. So I'm like, ooh, do I get back in and become a golfist again? I already spoke to Mike about it, and he was very excited about the prospect of me becoming a golfist. They've got a guy who has... Oh, excuse me. Golf green pervert in it. It's that damn A-level. Exactly. To be fair, I did used to have fun playing golf back in the day, and I was like, oh, that would be quite a fun thing to do, actually. I mean, I know it's like a long walk ruined and everything, but still. Let's see. So yeah, this is Twa's squad. Obviously, none of these players are... Well, actually, already. Do they have any real players? They've got Lewis Edwards. He might be... No, he's just a really old Australian. I say really old. He's literally younger than I am. They do, however, have Jesus. He then has got us in goal. Oh, 100%. But, kill two birds with one stone. Get a golfist to smack me in the head with a club. Tooth gone. Profit. Hello, Pog. How goes it, Chief? I'll leave this on the screen while Pog says loads of words, no doubt, and talks to you forever, so I can have a little break. What's up? You okay? How's your day going?
Yeah, I'll go at like 2:45.
Gonna go out 2:45. Oh yeah, you've got your appointment, haven't you?
It takes 45 minutes to walk there.
Yeah. If you're going at 2:45, how long does it take to walk there? 45 minutes to walk to the hospital. Bloody hell. That's wild. Valentin. I recognise that name as if like we've had him before, almost. Oh. You'd think he would be, wouldn't you? Just from looking at the things you can see on that one screen. Screen? Stream. Nope. Screen. Got them in the end. Sister a while back. No, I never played golf with my sister. My sister would not be caught dead on a golf course. What?
Yeah. No, that's right. She doesn't like sport.
No, my sister is not a sporty person. Good name, average player. But to be fair, Twa have spent... Wait, he was at the show. Oh, that was after us. Yeah, he's basically just I run fast. He's actually quite good at crossing and dribbling too, but he doesn't have a lot of the other technicals. What's that over your right shoulder, Pog? Chat are asking what that is over your right shoulder.
What?
I don't know either. Happy promise kept. Did I?
What's over my...
I don't know. I mean, there's a coffee cup, if that's what you mean. Made you look rude.
That's just...
We don't tolerate that.
Him.
That is bannable offence. FM tweeted. Oh, hit me with it, chat. Bring me things. 218. Naturally. Chat, as you know, all the best things arrive at 218. It's true. Imagine if it came through at 2:30. Oh, is this the actual video? Oh, there's a video. 4 minutes. Right.
We now have
an advert.
Obviously the two...
It's Jack. It's Jack. Right. Sorry. Just did a full in. It's Jack Sarah. Okay.
My guy.
Sorry, Jack is Cult of FM. He's a lovely guy. Anyway, right.
Lovely.
I'll
formations that we're going to put into the game, and you have an in-possession screen and out-of-possession screen, so you can see how your formation looks in one area of the game and then how it looks in the other, because now you have control over both.
In and out of possession tactics are here. In FM26, you've got more flexibility than ever before.
I am absolutely hyped. I'm guessing you're as excited as I am.
Absolutely. Couldn't be more excited about this feature. Most importantly, it's what the FM community have wanted for a number of years, so I'm so delighted to have this feature in the game this year.
I think me and the FM community and all the new players will be thinking, how does this come to life?
Well, we now have obviously the two formations that we're going to put into the game, and you have a in-possession screen and out-of-possession screen, so you can see how your formation looks in one area of the game and then how it looks in the other, because now you have control over both.
Why was this such an important feature to actually bring in?
I think there's two answers to that. I think the first thing is, if you look at real football, if people want to recreate their real-life managers and create their tactics, you need to have that in-possession, out-of-possession split to correctly, replicate what they're doing. And I think the second part is a more practical part, where, for example, in FM24, if you created a tactic and you had like a winger in a 4-3-3 and you wanted to move him to attacking midfield for an in-possession reason, you couldn't do that without affecting how we defended. Whereas now with our in-possession and out-of-possession formations, you can make that change for an in-possession reason without it affecting out-of-possession.
That makes me think. Player roles are going to change too.
Completely changed. Player roles are now split between in-possession and out-of-possession. For our in-possession formations, we have some
Free roll.
new
I saw the word
roles
free
and
roll.
some roles that have been reworked, and then for out of possession we have a completely new set of roles. One of the biggest things for me is you can have two identical formations in possession for two different teams, but the roles and how they behave out of possession will make it behave differently.
How does that differ then between the two?
So if you have an example of a top team, you're the favourite to win the
a lot of
game,
roles might be
and
renamed.
you're playing a 4-3-3 and you have an advanced playmaker, you might want them to be a presser out of possession, win the ball high, try and get final third, turnovers. Whereas if you're an underdog team and you're playing a 4-3-3 out of possession, you might want to have an advanced playmaker in possession when you got the ball, but out of possession have them as a screener to maybe sit in a low block and try and cover the dangerous areas of space.
Attributes.
Both phases in mind then, how are you able to actually see the team shape?
So what we've introduced this year is something called the visualizer. And what that is for in possession and out of possession for both of them. And it will show you how your formation is looking in each phase of the game. So it will show you in your own third, in the middle third, and in the final third. And it will show you how, for example, the roles are combined in possession. It's going to show you how they're going to look in each section. And it shows you a very clear way of how your team is going to look based on what you've created in your tactics creator.
So we've got in possession,
very nice.
we've got out of possession,
That's
we've got
very fucking
transitions.
nice.
I'm guessing that's going to have a change as well.
Attacking transition and defensive transition, they've moved into their respective areas. So attacking transition is in possession, defensive transition now sits in out of possession. So they're not gone, they've just been moved.
So I'm picking up FM for the first time.
The instructions
I'm
looks
hyped,
a
obviously,
little
just
bit
picked it
convoluted.
up, but I'm thinking,
looks like there's
how
too many menus.
accessible are these tactical changes for me?
So one of the biggest things as a team when designing the feature was to make it accessible for someone a first time looking at a tactics board, first time playing the game, but also
Mate.
someone that's a tactical
Yeah,
expert that already
First
knows
string
what their
Slavic,
in
just
possession
sticking
and
it
out
out
of
with
possession formations are going to be.
Are there any tools available for that?
Yeah, so you can pick your team in possession and then your assistant will help you pick your out of possession formation, and they'll also suggest some roles that you can have out of possessions.
All of that information on board, the hype is building, the excitement's building. What does that mean for FM players this year?
I think it can mean whatever you'd like it to mean, really. If you want to keep it relatively simple,
I didn't realise how
and
loud
use
it
your
was.
assistant and use the recommended formations they use and use the visualizer and things like that, you can keep
fair,
it
you don't
pretty
hear
simple
from me
if
yet
you'd
anyway.
like to. However, if you'd like to go and be very in-depth, you can use the whole aspect of the two formations, all of the team instructions, in-game. If you want to make a change, every time you see something go wrong with your defenders, you want to change your formation or change maybe just the player role, you can do all of these things now, which you couldn't do before.
Okay. Hadrian, do you have a link to that article? I know you put it in chat, but I didn't want to click it in case it loaded over the video. Let me just turn my background music back on again. I'm really glad to see Jack in there. I love that guy. Right. Because that makes me think, right, that in theory, you could do Octotrek in possession and then the opposite Octotrek out of possession. No, it had the music. It did. It was in the background. You just might have not heard it because of my background music at first. That's delightful. Yeah, you could reverse Octo, right? That's the first thing that came to my mind. Yes! No, it's because... Right, do you know what, actually? The thing that, like... That looks kind of... I like the fact that a lot of this still seems... It doesn't seem far removed from what we currently have as far as the tactics screen, the way it looks. Like, still says selection info at the top. It still says, like, that implies, like, custom views and all that sort of thing. The things that you would worry about, right? There's a filter there. The only thing about this, for me... Yeah, and, like, you can still select players from here. It still shows the tactic ability, familiarity, all the stuff you kind of want. The fact that it's... Oh, look at that! So you see where it says combined? It has, like, both the player roles on there. Set it for just next match. Yes, you can. Yeah. At the bottom, it's got the rules. The subs thing, that's... As long as that's a supplementary thing, and what's that? Oh, it's the athletic. As long as it's a supplementary thing and it isn't like the only way you can, because presumably you can just still select subs the same way you can normally just by dragging players on there. And I guess this, although, why is there a scroll bar again? I'm hoping again this is more a case of like, again, the scaling is a bit buggered, because why would you need a scroll bar there? Does anyone else just think that it looks a bit zoomed in, almost? It feels like there's still a lot of wasted space in some ways, but almost like just because it feels zoomed in. Doesn't the scroll bar on the video? Okay, in that case, it's probably an older screenshot then. To have 12 subs, but then you'd like to think that the screen would just simply be able to allocate that, right? Hello, Basil. 100% version. You'd think so, yeah. Either way, that's really cool. I like that. Let's see what we got scrolling further down. This... What I will say is, this here... Oh, I like the fact you get data on here. It looks to me like more clicks. That's very console because look, before, you know when you go into the tactics menu in FM right now, it does look a little bit mobile. Yeah, that's for this. It loads of all this stuff, but I can just click one click each time and change a lot of this stuff. But there's a few little tweaks here, but this one, it looks like you almost have to do it for each individual thing you want to change. But I guess if there's more complexity, it maybe needs that in order for you to actually be able to use that more complex system. It's this here that I'm interested in. More depth, that's why. Yeah, but it feels like it's got less depth, I suppose. New players, sure. But is that going to be more good for new players? Because it's surely just going to overwhelm them even more because there's more options they've got to click on. Probably more intuitive. I'm not sure. I guess at least that thing you're clicking on a thing and you know that you're changing that one specific thing, but basically I just don't like things that add extra clicks to a game that already has a lot of clicks in it, right? Now, it's the fact that clearly there's different... Sorry, by less depth, I meant that it's less available to you immediately. As in, if I can't see it and I have to click in extra menus to see it, it's just a bit of a waste of time. I didn't mean less depth overall. I just meant that if I have to click more buttons to get to achieve the same result, basically. Yeah, it looks like it's like highlighting sections of the pitch, which implies to me surely that you are the one clicking this, because there doesn't appear to be any kind of like... That's fucking dope. Because notice how the team moves. There's so much like... I realise that in some screens you're not going to be able to, but it's like all this, it's... Makes me think maybe it's just zoomed in. Then again, if that's zoomed in, if it was zoomed out, it'd be even more space, wouldn't there? This is dope, though. If this works the way that I think it does, because what I mean is I can't see anything on here that's basically saying, oh, you can like toggle bits. It looks like you actually have to click on the screen and it then shows you how the team would look in that when the ball is in that area of the pitch. Because if that's the case, that is really sick. Progression, it looks like, yeah, maybe. For our tactic builder, oh, you'd hate that. You'd bloody hate that. Yeah, low block. That certainly do be looking low. Yeah, maybe it does. How sick would it be, though, if you could actually click the pitch? You're right, high press there. I would hope that you'd actually be... Because look, there's like split here. Imagine if you actually could like click on the pitch and it automatically toggles which bit you're on. Like, it'd be nice to be able to do it from there too, but if you could actually click on the pitch and have it do that, that would be tremendous. Player roles evolved. Okay, so it looks to me like the player roles... The names... Does it say simplified? No. Fresh role names. I would be willing to bet that a lot of these roles are actually the same kind of roles. They just obviously had to split things because they've got in and out of possession, right? No nonsense keeper. Does it actually say that? Oh my god, it does! Love that. I saw free roll listed in the video. I don't know if you guys saw that. I suspect that the Trek might well be that role because the roles have got more simplified names. I'm not seeing like Metzala or Trecotista or any of Libero, those types of roles. I suspect it's just going to be the same thing, but in a different name, essentially. Yeah, translation issues is probably the reason as well. Oh, player profiles. Here we go. I don't hate them. I've just always thought that there's... I'm so used to using Saz's skin that adds so much to these screens that it's weird going back to one that feels like I'd be digging, like pros and cons, for example. Not being able to see that on the main screen of a player's profile has always baffled me. Is it free? Oh, there you go. Yeah, free roll. Which... It's annoying that we can't see... So he's got AMC selected. That probably implies that free roll is exactly that, right? Internationals as a tab. Yeah. Guess this is for your players, right? We haven't got the ball. Oh, it'll be so good. I can't wait to dick about with stuff like that. Match day intelligence upgrade. Oh, what does that mean? Okay, let's have a look. Footage is out of 6. Is it really? I wonder if it always has been and we've just never seen it listed underneath there. Saz can do with anything. As far as I know, Saz is not planning to make skins for 26, and as they haven't even mentioned if you can even do that. Because remember, it's an entirely new engine. Let's see. Dribbling is taking a step forward. Okay. Stand up to their mark. Stand up their marker. Okay. That'll be cool to see what it actually looks like in practice. That's one of the things that you can't really tell outside of like, oh, I like this nice presentation. I mean, at the end of the day, presentation is ultimately meaningless if the game's not fun, but it'd be nice if it's both, you know? Unity modding, though, yeah, hopefully. I still believe it could actually be more benefit, like there'll be more openness to mods potentially, but I wonder if they'll be just less native. So it won't be something that the game itself has like a thing that you can click and load a skin in the same way, perhaps. Maybe it's something that has to be done separately and then put into it in like a more... something you would consider to be more of an actual mod rather than like a skin, I suppose, which obviously is a modification, but in a more traditional sense. So team instructions. So this is the overall team instructions as well. I mean, they're all things that we recognize, like the tempo, time wasting, attacking transitions. These are like not new words. It's not like they've revamped that stuff. It's the same stuff underneath, I think. Either way, though, it does look more mobile-y, but we knew that anyway. We knew that was always likely to be the case. Yeah, they're not new things, but I mean... more game styles? Oh, I really hope so. Creative freedom. No, creative freedom is actually this. The game actually does call it that at the moment, which I believe is this bit here. Creative freedom is more expressive and be more disciplined. So I'm assuming it's literally just those two exact options. It didn't look like there was anything missing from it. Like, no functionality that... I mean, trying to think... Then again, when it comes to building tactics, what functionality do we use that would be, like, really weird to not have? Because it showed things like the selection... There was a little arrow there, which implied that stuff still existed. The quick pick was still there, right? Did you see a thing that says selection advice on it? Like, it still shows the tactic, and it actually, if anything, shows you more depth on the tactics screen for building tactics. Hello, Pog, you off now? Okay. Have a nice time. I know. But if you can't enjoy a blood test, what can you do?
Have a nice bloody time. Bye.
You've got to take what comes, right?
Bye.
Bye. Carnage, yeah. I think it sort of ticks a lot of boxes, right? Quick pick device both there. Oh, excellent. Oh, yeah. Quick pick. I mean, whether we have the same options or not, but like, why wouldn't we have the same options in quick pick, right? It feels like one of those things that they probably just ported a lot of the same settings over, because again, why would you change that, right? And advice, clearly is selection advice, just been shortened a little bit. Still got next match ability, team shape, team instructions. I just love the fact that you get a combined one as well as like being able to show both. That's just nice. I think that'll be really helpful. Wait. Oh, Hadrian's seen something. Need to highlight something. Oh, God. Chat, get ready for the red box. The red box of doom. What's he seen? Is it to do with bookmarks? Is it to do with... What's both for? Both, from what I saw in the video, shows them both side by side, separately. So it sort of crushes that bit in a little bit and shows them side by side. I like that it's there. I don't know how often I'd really use that, because I think it would encroach on this space. But I think maybe when I'm actually building the tactic initially, that might be quite a useful thing to have. But I think outside of that, I probably would never use it. Oh, I'm really curious to know what you thought you saw now. Start red area from as well. Lads, leave him alone, bro. The subs box, I think... Was it instant result? Oh, that's a good point, actually. Wait, was this tactics one on like a match screen, or was it... So, we don't know that the instant result button isn't going to exist, because obviously this looks to me like it's in the tactics bit in the same way that, for example, I'm in the tactics bit now. It's not on the pre-match tactics screen. We do need to see that. That's the difference. Yeah, Wednesday 11, so that's okay. We still haven't been... There's a chance still. We still don't know, yeah. Oh, Basil, it's been going okay. We've been signing a lot of people. Well, actually, I say that. We've spent a good amount of cash. 60 million so far. With another... What's that? 70? Yes, another 70 million still in the bank. Oh, this was that goalkeeper I was on about. Yeah, see what I mean? He's a little bit good, but is Garnier... Yeah, he's pretty good. That's a City match day? No, I think it would say so otherwise. Sapalidis? Well, you're quite good actually, aren't you? Very expensive though. And we already did just spend 40 million on a guy in that exact role. You're wildly expensive. Fun, though. Good nowadays. No, it's very mid at the moment, Basil. It's very just rainy and cloudy. Without the instant result button, it wouldn't be the end of the world, but it would just be like, why? Why would you not just dump it in there, right? Give me something to break in it. And that's the thing, because it's a brand new everything, there's going to be so much more to break. It would be annoying to not have the instant result button, though, especially in building a nation stuff, because it means that we would have to essentially holiday through matches, which does then... My guess is, if it's not natively in the game, someone will probably make a mod that adds, not it, but mods the ability in for you to just do a holiday, like a button that basically holidays you one day, or something. I'm surprised Kev's video, it's like 40 minutes and it'll be out. It's probably came out before. I do like this Prince dude. He's very fun. Oh, when it comes out, there's going to be some stupid doesn't count as coach. Yeah, that is annoying, but also like, well, what other choice have you got? In certain save types, you kind of have no choice but to instant result, like the latter stages of a building a nation save, especially if you're doing it for content. I think if you're playing it offline, I guess, it wouldn't be so bad. But I think if you were playing it like I will be for content, you kind of can't afford to have that level of like lagginess, I suppose. Mats, how's it going, friend? Thank you very much for the raid. Have you seen the new in and out of possession tactics stuff? I do like that Prince dude. Yeah, I was going to say, your assistant is about to do some mad things. It would be really, really sick if you have the option and the ability to play more eclectic tactics. And by that, I don't mean like my silly bollocks. I mean like you could set up as a defensive team and actually have that work. Like, be a really defensive low block type of team that plays on the counter attack. Look at the news in it. I'm pleased with a lot of what I've seen. Like, from a pure functionality standpoint, I'm still not sold on the UI stuff, but that's because until you really get a chance to play it, you can't really get in touch with that, right? But from the functionality side of things, that's dope. In and out of possession, we kind of already assumed this was going to be a thing, but seeing the way that it's presented and the way it looks like you're able to build them, that I really like. I think it's going to provide a lot more, a lot more flexibility for weird tactics. But this is the thing, Brady. I'd like to think that the game is smart enough that if you do try to do stuff like that, you will get absolutely rinsed for doing it because your players will not be able to transition between the positions. Because I suspect, in order to be able to play that, you'd have to have a player that's capable of playing essentially as like a wing-back and a striker. Otherwise, they'll get massively punished for it. So I suspect that's most likely how that's going to be. What it is going to mean, though, is there's going to be more room for versatility of your players. I presume that players will have a little bit more ability to play in slightly more positions, just to allow that to function a little bit more. And it means that signing players with high versatility are probably going to be even more important. Oh yeah, we're going to definitely try and break things, but hopefully... I'm just trying to like think, hey, this could be good. Hey, Sven's got a contract. Work rate. Well, work rate will be important, but the ability to actually play in the roles will be key. Because if the players are going to be playing in roles they're not familiar with, then they'll just get punished like crazy, hopefully. I really hope they are in a way, because otherwise it'd be kind of pointless, right? PvP is going to be super fun. Imagine Showdown with in and out of possession tactics. That'd be amazing. Scott, thank you for the 50 months. I'm getting there, Scott.
Hello, sir. 50 months is C.A. Razi. Hope you
C.A.
are well, you
Razi.
sexy man.
Sounds like a terrible rapper. Yeah, Aaron... I mean, I'm probably not going to be on the podcast tonight just because of my tooth, but it's fine because you could have Aaron do the podcast by himself tonight, just talking about tactics, and no one will need to say a word. I'm sure he has plenty of things to say. He's there with his notebook. I bet he's having a bloody lovely time, right? Who the hell is actually going to play in this league game? Yeah, there wasn't actually any mention of training there, was there? They haven't really shown anything like that. I mean, my guess is it's probably just exactly the same as it is in 24. It feels like one of those things that's just not... Unless they're going to improve it, which I think is actually pretty good, then it'll probably just be left completely untouched, I suspect. Streamland has come up with some absolute monsters today, in fairness. Turn up last 5. Oh, that's amazing. You should have seen the amount of memes that we've made in our like group chat of Aaron coming into the stream late. It's tremendous. Not in possession. How does your team act? I guess it reverts to... That's a good question, actually. I'm sure there's like some kind of transition period that the game kind of just... Yeah, I just don't know. Oh my god, who's going to start up front? I think Karapichi. And then we do Binder there. Anderson, Dennis, Maybe New Boy alongside Lazzy. Who's actually available here? Just get rid of these guys too, since we've got some options for us. Yeah. There'll be some kind of transition period, right? Tucci. Oh, Matsuoka's still injured. Right, so Claudio. Oh, I hate having to play Novi there, but we don't have a choice. That is frustrating. But I will put on the bench Militic, who I actually totally forgot we even had. This is an attack. Where am I Where am I seeing this? Forgive me, I'm not sure what part of the screen I'm looking at. Oh, there. Attacking transition. I see. Yeah, sorry, I see what you mean now, yeah. Save porting. That's a good question, actually. If I was to predict how it would work when it comes to importing tactics, I suspect it'll probably be a case of when you load into a save, it probably just takes you to the tactics creator and makes you redo it. I don't think the game's likely to have the ability to port your tactics over, unless particularly with a tactic like this that's like completely bespoke. I suspect it will most likely just send you to a tactics wizard. I'm curious to see what's going to happen when you like try to port a save over where you're an international manager though. Right. You've loaded an invalid tactic in it, yeah. Yeah, I think that'd be fine. Leave out blank, possibly. I guess the question is though, whether your tactic currently is considered the in possession or out possession tactic. I think I'd be more. I'm more expecting it to just make you redo it, to be honest. It'd be cool if it had the ability to somehow read what you're doing and try to interpret it, but I think that the amount of manpower that would go into making a way of interpreting that in the new system, it's probably better if they just like leave you to it and make you redo it. Look at us actually playing a game today and everything. I'm really concerned about having to play Carapici through the middle. I don't know how well that's going to work. Biff, thank you for the 25 months, friend. Actually lovely. Whereabouts are you?
Just got back from a week in the UK. The weather was actually lovely. Also caught up on the stream. Strange times.
I think people have had plenty of time to catch up on streams lately just because there's been a lot less of them. But hey, if there's a time to take that break, now's the time for it, right? Rather than in 26. That way we can hit it hard. Oh, it's off the post again! We speak about Aaron and all of a sudden we're just hitting the post all the time now. Old bugs maybe. Maybe. I'm curious to, obviously I can only see what you guys think, but I like it personally. Have we just had another chance gone? What's the general, not consensus, but is there any kind of like general sentiment that you've seen from the interactions with the new stuff so far? But it seems like, I feel pretty positive about what they've done there. I like the ideas behind it. It looks like it's implemented well. I think it looks pretty clear and is going to provide a lot of functionality and customization, which is nice. So that feels good, if nothing else. We've started this game incredibly well. Oh! What a goal! Jose... I feel like I haven't seen a goal like this in the entirety of... What a strike! It's 1-0. And of all people, it's Jose Claudio who's caught this on the half volley. Oh, look at that. Keeper probably should be doing better than that, but love that. Yeah, that's the thing. I think we kind of assumed that this was what was going to happen, but now that we're actually seeing it laid out properly. Also, 4-minute video where they showed... I must admit, there was still quite a lot of the video was showing not the game. It was just showing people talking, but that's fine. You have a limited number of things you can show, all right? But it looks pretty good. Match engine... But the thing is, I don't know what people were expecting from the match engine itself. Like... I think if people expected a brand new match engine, I think they were misguided in that assumption. But I still really do want to see how the rest of the game itself plays. Mixed goal kicks. Really? Oh, that's good. So he doesn't always have to go long or short. Because I've always found it weird that that's a thing you have to, like, set up. It kind of did. It definitely needed the explanations. Worth £181 million. Jesus. I guess a lot of that stuff is like subject to change. Wow, this is great from Binder. He's all the way through, and that's 100% a penalty. That actually, I'll be honest with you, that stuff there makes me more hyped than any of the other things I've seen so far, because graphics, nice. Matchday experience, lovely. Couple of bits to do with the UI, I was like, oh, okay, it looks very blocky and console-y. This one is the first thing I've seen really from it that's made me go, okay, I see what's there for me. I love building a tactic, and a weird one is even better. And that feels like it's going to give me ample opportunity to do exactly that. Yeah, it's a thing that actually is about the game itself, rather than just aesthetics. And hopefully that's going to go down well, because I think a lot of the player base are interested in, they want it to look nice and all, but they're going to spend their time playing it, not just looking at it. Yeah, that's the thing. I'm thinking about myself and going, oh, that'd be something we can really dick about with and have a lot of fun in those TV games with Poland later in the save, where we can actually experiment with crazy in and out of possession tactics stuff. And it'd be cool to not just have to play like a bog standard tactic, try to do some really cool stuff with Wisła by having something that's a little bit funky, but not stupid, AI squad building, maybe that stuff will come as well, But I do want to see more of that sort of stuff. I just don't think there's any way that they wouldn't allow that ability in the game, because it would just be such a shooting themselves in the foot moment if they didn't let you have custom face packs and stuff like that. Surely, as Anderson twats it over the bar. 2D tablet, yeah. Steiny, I think he's actually still there. I don't think Leeds sold him in. They turned down the bids from both us and Swansea, and then as far as I know, there was never any more bids. Kev for Fulham, I like him, but he's a very raw talent. What he showed in that little cameo against Leeds is probably the best of him so far. He has a habit of getting a bit frustrated and trying a little too hard. I noticed this a lot against Cambridge in the Cup last week, that he has a tendency to try to do it by himself. On my Facebook. Thankfully, that isn't my Facebook. Updated her profile picture. What a girl she is, old second yellow card. That's second yellow. Gill! Right. On the middle third. I wonder if you can do it like thirds across the pitch as well, to see what happens when it's in the different like quadrants. I spell like, is it? Oh. Lol. I don't think that is. I'll have to have a look on that after stream. Maybe my Facebook's been hacked. It's about bloody time, frankly. It's been protected for too long. I'm actually kind of annoyed we haven't scored more goals in this game, to be honest. But just getting the dub is the most important thing. Yeah, I suspect that sort of stuff will be exactly the same. 2 different roles as part of a goal. I guess so. They'll have more expectations. Hey, the hackers know how to get to me, man. Or me, woman. As if we're only winning 1-0. But I suppose if we pick up... Oh, go on. Oh! We can have wing-back, not wing-back, but also wing-back, not wing-back. Yes, I know. I can't wait for Jurgen Klopp to recall a loan player from me. Jurgen Klopp? Bloody hell, that's how out of date the game is. To get a loan player recall because my wing-back wasn't playing as a wing-back. He was playing as a wing-back instead of a wing-back playing as a wing-back. It's going to get really confusing. I can't wait. Right, let's get Eze on. Why not? Wow, Binder's been dreadful. I suppose he missed a penalty, didn't he? We'll get Bernal on through the middle. And I'm going to bring on Militic on the left. See what he's good for. It's very... You have to put the emphasis on the right part of the word. That's how they know the difference in the contract negotiations. To be fair, he probably is a doff. I had him as my doff at... yeah, that's where I picked up a knock like 2 days before the game, which is really irritating. Oh, my life. I think Binder's actually been quite good today. It's just he's missed the penalty, so the game's punished him massively for it. But his actual on-the-ball stuff looks really, really solid. Like, he's picking it up and he's running at people, which is tasty. I wonder how many of these roles that we're seeing are... I mean, obviously some of them are going to have to be new. But I wonder how many of the roles are actually new roles, or whether they're just renamed roles for simplicity. Because clearly there's a lot of stuff that we're not seeing. Any of the roles that basically have sort of foreign muck names like Metsala and whatnot, those ones seem to have been not removed, but like clearly are other roles that you're seeing there. But I suspect they would have had to introduce some new ones in order to fit this new style and system anyway, right? So I suspect there is still a huge expansion to the overall roles. We've missed way too many chances in this game. My reducer, I know. Trust me, I'm a man of the fancy Italian named roles. That's what I love in my life. But hey, if we have to sacrifice that to get something really cool, then I'm all right with that. But wow, we are just... This game is very 1-all coded. I'm feeling a 1-all. Because we keep blasting it over the bar at every possible opportunity. With more split tactics. Yeah, exactly. I think they had to change a lot of that just because of these new split tactics. That's going to be so sick. I might finally make the tactics video I've been promising for 2 years. Except it'll have to be completely different now. Except it won't be different because my logic will remain the same. If anything, it'll be easier for me to make those kind of... Jesus Christ. Those types of videos now. Aaron is going to become an absolute resource on this year's game, though. The cherry lead. Uh-oh. And here it is. Here's 1-all. There it is. Oh, he's offside. I genuinely didn't think he was offside. Pog's next call out of work. Anti-social. Mate, there's some, like, beautiful signets down at the slipway. Every time I go down there, there's, like, a little group of them. Adorable. Every week now, I know. It's going to be great. Chat, we're entering a new era of clickbait. Get ready. I mean, our players have massively underperformed in front of goal today, but Garnier has bailed us out, as he always does. He's made the saves that he needed to do, and he's off to a good start. It's exciting, though. I think it will make me more want to make tactics-related content. Hey, Vortex! And that's cool. I mean, I think the first couple of things that I'll just be doing... the thing I liked about it, actually, was... I don't know if they have a screenshot of this in the blog post. It might only be in the video itself. Let me just check. That's not it. That's a goose. Not a goose, sorry, a swan. See if I can find it. This one here, these. Like... The fact that it highlights key attributes here, when you actually click on the roles, and it's like a better version of what the game currently does. That's really cool. This is, again, these things feel like they've been thought through by someone who plays the game and goes, right, what would a player, as me as a player, want in this situation? Because it helps out new players by providing the context, but it also gives a more experienced player an opportunity to sort of see it in practice, I guess. That's really, really sick. And we got a 1-0 win. Thanks for that absolutely twatting goal. Yeah, it's weird that, I mean, to be fair, their goalkeeper probably did deserve man of the match. He kept them, like, nearly 2 full XG out in the first game. But we got the dub, which is crucial. Now we have a nice little rest before... Oh, no, we don't. What am I talking about? Personalised roles are still in there too, which is good. I think it's crucial that we're looking at that and we're not seeing anything that's glaringly missing. Like, imagine if you went in there and there was, like, no quick pick or something. Do you know what I mean? Things like that. All the things you'd expect to see other than instant result, but you wouldn't see that on that tactics screen anyway. So there's still a chance that it's there on the proper pre-match tactic. Nothing is missing. Everything looks like it's additional, which is amazing. Which is really, really encouraging. Because one of my biggest fears was that we're going to lose functionality. And maybe we will, but not in that screen, which is great. Tune the physical attributes in training. Which controversies was that? Hey, they're going to owe us more money. Love to see it. Where my Trigotista at? That's good news. I think free roll is basically Trek. If anything, it might be better than Trek. It potentially could be like a Trek that lets you have even more control over what they actually do. I mean, if the name suggests, the name is free roll after all, that's what you'd expect from it, right? I think I can read. Yeah, you don't read here, you just listen and type. Status equals a missing feature. Well, I think it's just that you just worry that, like, with a transition to a new engine, that things can get lost. It's like, when you move house and you sometimes just get there and go, shit, I've got no salt and pepper pots. Sometimes things just get lost in the move. It felt a bit like that. I was worried that that might happen here and that we might lose some functionality that maybe they didn't consider important when porting, but in actuality is an extremely important part of the player base. That is a good indicator that that hopefully hasn't happened. But you're right, it definitely does sort of... I think it's just because we're exposed so much to modern gaming and the trends that you see when it comes to things like this that you can't almost expect that, right? Bongani... Oh, mate. I'll offer you out as soon as possible. It's annoying. I won't actually do that, but yeah. It's fine. The registers are here, just in a different name. Bikes border by the fleet. I'm pretty certain that is a trait. There are some traits that you don't see very often. But I'm pretty... My guess is things like player traits will have been untouched. If I had to guess, I'd say they're almost exactly the same as before. Because if I'm... That's not the sort of stuff I'm dicking about with if I'm making a game like this, because that's the sort of stuff that already works fine. And maybe it could be tweaked later once we've got the new setups there. Like, honestly, the dream scenario for me would be the new match engine graphics and stuff with the functionality that 24 has from outside of that, and with a few little tweaks here and there with this new thing. That would be perfect. That's all I'm looking for. And now I feel more confident about the chances of us actually getting that. Remove duties. You're right, they have actually. But I feel like that's one of those things that is okay now because they've given you more. It's like a step back to take 2 steps forward, but you get both of the steps at the same time. Dives at the slightest contact. Ah, the Josh King approach. Didn't need it, exactly. Not with this new system. They definitely didn't need it. I'll just ignore those for the time being. That's the thing. You don't need a defensive role in possession. So I think they almost had to go in order for this to step forward. You get more control, if anything. Because that's always been one of my bugbears. It's like, this is the reason I tend not to use defense roles on players outside of the centre-backs themselves a lot of the time. Or maybe a deep line playmaker or some kind of really defensive player. Because I find that they don't offer a lot. And I've always wanted that ability to have more control. This provides that. Player instructions. I think they did, yes. I'm pretty certain that was, yeah. It would be nice to see more stuff to do with the youth intakes. If I had to guess again, I would say they were most likely going to be largely unchanged. And you know what? For a year, that's fine. Like, because they're okay right now. But it would be nice to see something worked on that later once they've established the new system. You'd hope, anyway. Gay was the Vietnamese... Yes, that was our Vietnamese guy, yeah. More use now. Exactly, yeah. Do you know what? This is the other thing. Hopefully, one, it makes tactics that are not just 4-2-3-1 gegenpress playable, but in addition, yeah. Well, yes, I mean, he has gone there because they've offered him literally 10 times the money that I offered him. Understandable, have a nice day, John Leguizamo. But it should also, in theory, make more player types usable. Oh, exactly what you said, Hayden. Yeah, it should make more player archetypes usable. It means that we're looking at players and we're not just going, oh, he doesn't meet these 2 very thin requirements of either being fast or tall, therefore he's unusable. I like that. That's really, really good. Because I think that will then make... It means you'll be able to play non-league style football in non-league. Because I've always found that, like, it's not that easy to do that a lot of the time. It's good. It's free Laurel Libero. The only reason I don't think it is because it appeared on Foden. Run back out of possession. I think it's almost like they laid some of the groundwork for this with the positional play introductions from... That was 24, wasn't it? Christ. This feels like a step up on that, I suppose. Which is exciting. Yeah, I think it's definitely... It's most likely some sort of amalgamation of Trek and Enganche that... will allow you, but ideally even more control. I've always wanted a kind of, you know, in the way that you can have a central midfielder, just central midfielder as a role. It feels like this has given you more opportunity to have that essential equivalent in all of the other positions too. Like a blank slate role that you can kind of do what you like with. I feel like some of those are going to give you the opportunity to do that. Just way more flexibility, which I think is fucking sick, honestly. The Enganche, generally speaking, in FM is the guy who's like a pivot. Like a pivot behind the... Like a number 10 pivot player, basically, that receives the ball into feet and sprays it out wide, but doesn't do a lot of running himself. So, for example, the only Enganche I've ever really used was Lionel Messi in my Osasuna save a few years ago, where I had like a 37-year-old Messi who couldn't run for shit, but obviously had elite mental and technical attributes. So he just sort of stood there being really good. Really, really nice. And it came out while we were actually on stream for once. What a blessed day. I forgot about you. And that means that we can go into next stream with actually some league games and still £70 million to spend. It's a good time. Hang on, what do I owe them? Sell-on clause. That's hilarious. Valenciennes, they might have sold him for £1, but they want me to pay them 10 million for him now. Probably won't do that. It's also just as well I didn't sell Champion, because otherwise they'd be taking most of the money, considering it's all profit. Trying to loan play. Yeah, that'd be good too. To give you a better idea of what type of players clubs are looking for, which will allow us to harvest Loan Farmer even more. That'd be really, really sick. 20% into celebration. Oh, I wasn't aware of that. It's just not something I've really done. At the end of the day, there is a certain amount of this that has to rely on the player as well. It's like people saying, this is broken. If I do this thing where I'm basically using really broken training schedules to break the game, they need to fix this. I mean, obviously they do, but also you could just not use them. Like, at a certain point, there is an element of control that relies on the player at the same time, right? I understand in like a multiplayer games where that would be very, very annoying, because at that point it is the meta that is actually broken. But in FM, like, for example, there are broken tactics like the World Cup one, for example, and some of the ones you get off of like FM Arena and FM Korea that like will break the game. I just don't use them because it's not as fun for me, right? We probably could have won the Champions League 10 years ago in this save if we were using an OP tactic, but part of the reason I like to play this kind of nonsense is because it makes it much more difficult, right? Okay, sick. That begs the question then of hopefully we've got someone lovely. Oh, I know who I'm sending you to, actually. I was going to say I'll send you to Kev, but actually, I think... Wait, is Kev even live today? Oh, he's not. Then I'm definitely not sending you to Kev because he's not on. Which is not on, honestly, Kev. I expect better. So, I'm going to send you to your friend and mine, Mr. Robbo, who is actually the reason that you guys have been exposed to Club in many ways, because it was Robbo that showed me Club when we were at the Slough game. And he was the one that hooked me up with Club in the first place. What a ledge. So, I expect they'll be talking about the exact same thing that we've just been talking about for the past hour anyway. So I'm going to send you lovely folks over to the grandest Robbo that ever did was. Have a nice tease for I hope so. I've got a couple of days now to do so. So that's going to be good. And I guess we'll just see how we feel on Sunday, because I'll have run out of antibiotics by that point anyway. So, enjoy the rest of your day, friends. Thank you very much for joining me today. Thank you for being so understanding with my weird absences lately, thanks to the wonders of the British dental system.